Oh gosh, you guys, medication works. Oh my goodness. Oh, you knew how much better I felt just by those two little. Y'all don't understand. I wish that I could have you. I do this so that you can try to understand, so that you can know that there's a whole.
I'm black, y'all.
Okay, so
Black, y'all.
I'm JP, your spiritual DJ, and that's
I'm OG Patrice. Don't count us out. Don't put us down. For fuck's sake. We are not inspirational.
Citizens, how's your spirit? Mine, confused. Woke up this morning, decided to get some work done, and then I got some messages from behind the scenes saying, hey, have you been on YouTube yet? Looked on YouTube, and one of our networks is gone. So I was asked to go live, decided to cam up. Now, I haven't medicated yet, and I do have a couple of guests who are going to join us along the way. Rico. So, Rico, if you want to start with what it was that you just kind of, what made you want to discuss it, and then I'm going to finish getting myself together to medicate. But I'm listening. We're listening.
All right. Good morning, JP.
Good morning.
And I woke up and just was going through my Facebook, and I noticed a message in one of the groups that someone had mentioned that the absence of the Lapeef Network YouTube channel. And I was kind of surprised because I knew they were a big channel. They had a lot of followers. They got a lot of traction. And short of maybe a few other content creators in the Black YouTube community, I knew they had a very heavy influence. So to see such a large channel that had reached out and they had a lot of sub channels. I don't know if their sub channels are gone, but it appears the main channel is gone, which was the heartbeat of it. They had I believe Kay and Kayla had a spinoff, and Amira had a spinoff. So there were several, and then there was King's Talk, and so on and so forth. So they were sort of like building this YouTube empire, and then to watch it implode, explode, Thanos snap, disappear overnight, that was pretty surprising because I didn't think they would, but I'm also not surprised. Now, I don't know exactly what was the reason. I don't think any of us know because it's too brand new. The little verbiage that YouTube puts out there, the channel's removed for multiple violations of sexual and nudity, which that really kind of surprises me because although I wasn't a fan of some of the content, I never witnessed anything like this. So I don't know what YouTube's looking at.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just purely accusations, but from my understanding, YouTube doesn't suspend channels just based on accusations without an investigation. So maybe they must have found something that it violated its terms of service. So I don't know why, but we do know it's been removed. And I'm pausing because I don't know if they'll be able to get it back. So before, I don't want to just seem like I'm dancing on anybody's grave because that's not what I'm here for. But I just want to say that so that your viewers know. But I haven't heard of any channel being taken down and being brought back. But it's a possibility. Maybe they'll be the first. I doubt it because YouTube is pretty, as far as I know, they're pretty judicious about making sure before they take such a drastic step. I haven't heard about hundreds of channels being taken down and then just given back.
So Inya says that it's on Anton's community tab. So I'm going to go there. What I can say about YouTube, welcome Jay, is that one of the things is there's some loopholes. So, for instance, one of the reasons why Darrell's channel was easily taken down was because he already had a couple of copyright strikes. So when someone threw up 3 or 4 more against him, YouTube immediately just took it because you can only have 3. in a certain time frame. So that immediately will do it. So if they had that situation going on, that could have knocked them out. But it's on Anton's community tab. So let me see. Uh,
But see, my question is not so much of it being taken down. Has it are you aware of any YouTube content creator losing their channel and then having it restored?
yes, it takes work. They have to go through the appeals process. There's a content creator.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to find it. If you were to research the fair use practices,
Mm-hmm.
a couple of content creators will list in there people who've had their channels taken down and then put back. It's but that's fair use.
Fair use
This
on, right?
isn't
Okay.
that.
Okay.
Right. This is according
Right.
to this, but I
Something
can't
else.
find where she says that it was.
And then my question is, even if you get your channel back, do you get all your subs or do you just come back? Because my whole thing is like, what's crazy is I look at like the building process. So you spend all this months, years, time, whatever, building this community, this audience, and even if they take it away and give you your channel back to subscriber zero, that's almost like, what's the point?
Yeah.
If you have to do that rebuild, it's crazy. So for me, it's just about, to me, this is sort of a lesson on being careful about the message that you put out there, especially on these platforms that can so easily. No one, like, you don't own this platform, JP.
Right.
They don't own it. You're on somebody else's platform, so you're at the mercy of someone else.
What message are you talking about? Them being careful? Like, what?
No, I'm just saying.
Hold on, guys. I wanna share it. So
nothing in particular, Jay.
I want to share what they put out, so you'll know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Really quick, and then we can have the conversation. Okay, so looking at this, it says last night during a live stream on. I'm gonna put it on the.
Are you playing the music?
Yeah, I can pause it.
Oh, yeah, because I can't hear you right with the reading as well.
Like, you might want to turn the music off though, so you don't get copyright for that.
I am. Can you hold it? And by the way, because it's not actually on the stream, I haven't been copyrighted. I've done it a couple times. Not to see. Don't tell nobody. Okay. Okay, so looking at it, it says last night during a live stream on YouTube, the Lapeef network was intentionally trolled by a person that was pulled up on the panel that used a GIF that flashed nudity briefly. This triggered YT to take down the channel. We will keep everyone updated. Here's Darrell. We will keep everyone updated as we work with YouTube to get things back to normal. Thanks for the support. Now, I put into the I put in the description that this was a discussion about responsibility with your platform and media. As content creators, we are in a media space. So reading this is their description of everything. Hey, Red Lipstick and Inya, thank you so much. Darrell, gentlemen, for joining the panel. So keeping in mind what they said, how do you all see it?
I mean, I don't think there's anything you can do about that. I mean, anyone can pull up somebody, and unless you've already verified and vetted people, I think anyone that's been in the space has brought up people that they didn't quite know. Mm-hmm. So this could happen to anyone's channel. It could have happened to anybody, and anybody could have done this. It's completely petty, hateful, and whoever did it, it's like some people, like there's some people who might be trolls, and there's some people that have who actually have vendettas.
Agendas. Yeah.
It's just.
I'm listening, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna check on the baby.
Say what?
He's checking on the baby.
Yeah. Either way, I think a lot of us got to remember that whatever problem we have with that platform, this platform was one of the first ones that kind of gave a lot of people a blueprint to start really doing this. The same way that a lot of people have smoke for Kevin Samuels, I'm like, yeah, but he's put more money in people's pockets more than the U.S. government passed out when everyone was having this whole pandemic. A lot of people are eating off of him, and he could be easily being petty and copywriting people, but he's not. He's just like, whatever, let it be.
But he was.
Go ahead. Sorry?
He was.
He has copyrighted a few people.
He has copyrighted people. He learned before.
A few versus how many he could have. I mean,
right. Okay. Well, that's true. But I'm just saying, yeah. I'm just saying really, that's clear.
There's a reason. There's people who are live streaming this entire thing, and I saw that happen. Those were mainly the reasons that he was he could be easily doing like Fresh and Fit and trying to do that angle, but he
Right.
didn't. He's just letting the conversations happen. And I think a lot of people with this whole space, a lot of this whole panel thing, a lot of people got the idea watching Lapeef Network during this time when the pandemic first started. And whether you agree with them or not, I think you have to really kind of recognize that they started something in this space that was greatly needed.
Rico?
No, I'm trying to think. I'm trying, because I'm trying to always be measured in my words, because I think that that's how we're here at this conversation in the first place today, is because for me sometimes I see too many content creators that are not measured in their words or thoughtful in what they say. Um, again, like I said, I mean, this to me, I'm not even thinking about Kevin Samuels this morning. I was just looking at it from the Lapeef angle, but also in my mind, I'm looking at it as a YouTube content community as a whole, content creator community. We know that YouTube, while it is a huge platform and it pushes out, a lot of information that you can put out, you can build communities, you can look for like minds, you can look for dislike minds, but it's clear it's a sensitive platform. I mean, since I've been on here, that's all I've been hearing content creators talk about, the sensitivity of it. If you're in a sensitive space that is not yours, you're not NBC, ABC, that you control, the content, you have to be mindful that, yeah, I can go out here and I can have my First Amendment rights, but just like Twitter took the fucking president down, it's their platform. If they don't like what you're saying, any of these platforms can remove you for arbitrary reasons that make sense to us and reasons that don't. Like I said, Twitter got rid of the president, and I really don't even know if I agree with their reasoning. I'm glad they did, but it sounded like some bullshit to me, if I'm being honest about it, for all the other stuff that everybody have said and done worse than him. So when I look at this, the gift thing, I 100% agree with you, Jay. That was like, I don't know how you can control that, short of saying, okay, I'm going to do strict vetting of anybody that I bring up. It's almost an impossibility. If that is the case.
And even then, there's naked yoga. You can type in naked yoga on YouTube and you will see naked women doing yoga.
Right. So, like I said, the reasons are arbitrary. They're all over the place, right? You agree with that?
It's like you get there's a GIF of porn and that gets a channel. Like, it's very hypocritical sometimes, some of the rules that they kind of put on smaller channels, and especially channels of, I would say, Black channels. I think they hold them at a different standard, and I'm just going to keep it 100. And I think that there's no logic behind it, where it's just like there was a GIF shown, so they had to strike down the channel, and now that whole network has to go through a whole bunch of loops, and the stress of thinking, oh my gosh, this entire 2 years of what we've been building is lost because of a troll.
Yep.
Like, why, as YouTube, as a company, why would you let a troll do that to a channel that's completely putting money in YouTube's pocket? But in the other hand, you have a lot of Caucasian channels that get away with absolutely whatever they want. And let's just keep that 100. They hold us always to a different standard, whether it's in justice, and in this space, it's going to be the exact same thing. We are held to a different standard.
Isn't it possible that they hold us to a standard because we don't hold ourselves to one at all? Like, I hear you. I think that what they have done is amazing. They did create a platform when none existed. They did something great. However, they did also go for the salacious, the toxic, the things that would divide the community. We do have to address those things. Welcome back, Terrell. So
it's funny that you say that right on there. Yeah. I will hope that the channel does come back, because I didn't get all my footage downloaded for the Surviving Lapeef documentary. With that being said, I saw something like this happening, and Anton can say, well, it happened last night because of live stream and somebody got naked, but none of us can confirm that that's actually true. And he's not a person that I'm going to take at my word, or at his word, excuse me. With that being said, because he said the same thing about Tawana. I didn't do this, but I also got receipts. I didn't do this. It said, but you can also talk about the receipts I have offline. I've happened to come into a lot of close personal space with some of his people. And let me tell you this. The one thing that I was going to talk about on King Channel, why has Lauren left? Why has Lucky left? Why has Tawana left? Why has multiple women come into that space and left? right? Why does multiple women come into that space and say, this married man tried to flirt with me? Why did Tawana told me and JP about this more in detail behind the scenes about how people was coming to her wedding pictures, not on one occasion, not 1 month, but multiple months, talking about how she was being fucked, despite her growing up with JR, growing up as a child with JR. Um, this man, these people have done a lot of shit that y'all have no idea about. You know what I'm saying? It's no coincidence that in the same week that I dropped, I told JR we about to do Surviving Lapeef. It's coming soon. Anton hop on King out of nowhere. On the conversation, we were supposed to be talking about fucking Nene leaks. He hop up to defend himself. That never happened. Never happened. These sexual allegations never happened. And then a few days later, out of nowhere, they channel get taken down for sexual abuse. See, and then this is again. Let me save face by putting out a statement. Anton's live right now. Right, brother Rico, live right now. Why isn't he talking about what happened? Right? They don't want to actually talk about these different things. The same way I was in the background telling King, let me ask him about what happened with Lauren, what happened with et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, bro, if he talk, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Yeah, because I was gonna get this done a few days ago. And since it's all out there now, we could talk about how JR had a house that he was taking girls to and telling them the same thing that they accused Fresh and Fit of. You want to come on my show? You got to fuck. He had a 1-bedroom house in Chicago, about 750 square feet. Shout out to I Am Courtney Michelle. Right? They had a sexual, this is all allegedly. They had a sexual relationship. You know what I'm saying? Even though JR is married. Right? She ended up leaving the show, never got paid. And if anybody want to dispute my allegations, have them show some paperwork. The people that was getting paid over there, Anton Daniels, JR, Mr. Chicago Rilla. And Chicago Rilla watches this show.
Why do you need to take out the platform is already down? I understand how you feel about the content creators, JR. I understand how you feel about Anton. Why everybody else on the platform? They're people. They were just trying to share a message and get it out. We all came to YouTube around the same time with the understanding that our people needed something.
I think about it differently, JP. It's like if because what the fuck is in Germany, right? So if we was in, Germany, let's say 40, 50 years ago, and I see some Nazis, right? I see some Nazis. Do I just say, you know what, those guys are just trying to make $1? They're just trying to pass a message on. Let's go get the big guy. No, all of you who participated in this is just as guilty as the ones who ultimately did it. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel about R. Kelly people.
You feel the same way about the U.S. military?
Yeah, I feel the same way about the U.S. military. That's why I asked JP when I first talked to JP and some other military people. I was going in on the military to the point where JP got to say, stop. My father and my people was a part of the military too, but she understand my stand. I don't have no respect for the U.S. military, right? I might respect certain people that go into it after talking to JB and talking to people like Uncle Stu, and that's when I learned people really just go because they want to have a life. It's easier to make a life in the military to earn income, to get.
Daryl, can I just to interject for a moment again? Because in full disclosure, I served in the military. My son served in the military as well. So I'm not pro-military. I'm not anti-military. So I get your point. I have a lot of family members that are anti. When they say anti-military, what they're really saying is
anti-military pro-soldiers.
Right. They're not
anti-military pro-soldiers.
So that's why I don't take no offense to what you're saying.
Oh yeah.
They've explained to me it ain't about me or my son or any of the soldiers or airmen or sailors. It's about the U.S. government because they understand that we did whatever the fuck we were told to do.
Major
we had no choice in the matter. So, and I get that. So I just wanted to be clear with that. But I do agree with you on your point 100%. And JP, I don't accept yes, how he feels about Anton. I don't accept the premise of people being there. If I see you doing something damaging and people stand around you and watch you, they don't have to actively participate. But if they do nothing to protect the community or to push back against, just purely idiotic statements, nah, they didn't say it, but fuck, you heard it. You didn't say anything about it. You just let it go by, and then you want to go, well, I didn't believe it, but you didn't say anything. So
Okay.
why you keep quiet?
What about the fact
there's
that
a little bit of responsibility there?
What about the idea that you're right, they did choose to be there, but they're not in control. And behind the scenes, the people that we feel should be more offended seem to still continue to deal with those same people. Why should we take a stance or care?
For me, it was just about getting the truth out there, right?
Okay.
It was always about just getting
If it was truth, they would bring that truth out, wouldn't they? I mean,
no.
If you're saying that's an allegation, if you're asking why did Lauren leave, then ask them and have them speak their truth. But why would
I already talked to them with the funk. I already talked to them with the funk, and you know what I'm saying. At the end of the day,
but the truth is, they haven't come out and said their own truth to people. So it's like, why take that? As
Chicago Gorilla would say, men deal with men. These women, just like Tawana had to on Conversation with King, these women are not trying to deal with men, especially men who are not going to be honest. There's no point of confronting somebody and bringing a story out. It's like rape victims. Every rape victim don't talk about. Every rape victim don't talk about what they went through, because when they do, people fucking victimize them. Why were you wearing what you wore that day? Did you say something bad? And that's what, even when Anton came up there to Tawana, I got receipts of you doing inappropriate things. No, you don't. I never did those things. Well, I got receipts. Can you prove, Anton? Can you say what the fuck you have? Oh, I can't really do that. I can't do it offline. So what the fuck? We tried to do that already. Tawana tried to do that already. You know what I'm saying? Unless you have unless you know Lucky Lauren personally, and
you're breaking the rule, like JP put in the chat. Like, it's very hard for three people who are cammed up to listen to one avatar. And if you're doing most of the talking and explaining, it does help to have you with body language to explain.
It's a private chat, but yes. But to be fair, it's not like at least 2 out of the 3 of us who are on camera haven't spoken to Darrell about this behind.
If I must cam up.
But it's to be honest, Darrell.
Okay, we'll leave it at that.
Right? And you would ask anybody who was going to make that type of statement to be on camera. And in fact, if you had someone on your panel who was going to be that inflammatory, and you'd already discussed all this with them behind the scenes, you wouldn't encourage them to cam up?
People know who I am, but I get it. Right.
The people that normally watch us know who you are, but what about the new ones? I can tell you there's at least 5.
No, all of that makes perfect sense. I'm just here to say that, like, I had all these questions prepared for Anton face to face the other day. The moment that I start speaking, he ran off camera. That's not a coincidence. And we can get King on the line right now, and King will tell y'all himself the reason why he wanted to talk to Anton. King wanted to talk to Anton wanted to talk to King was because King admitted he didn't know nothing about this.
Well, I'll say this, Darryl. I watched the show. I actually watched it on replay. Yes, did I see Anton run like hell when you opened your mouth? I mean, literally, he was like, if he say anything, I'm gone. If he say anything, I'm gone. If he say anything, I'm gone. And I'm like, he wouldn't even listen to it. I'm like, okay, you don't even have to respond. But he just was adamant about that. I felt like the explanation he gave to Tawana, I thought was it wasn't an apology. It was just a wiggle. It was like, I'm not going to admit what people accuse me of saying I said. And I'm like, that's not an apology. I've
been working on this for a while, Rico.
The topic is Black content creators versus what's the topic, JP, on this? It's Black YouTubers versus
it's responsibility in media.
So when you have women on a panel,
on topic, right?
My bad. Go ahead.
To keep that on topic, right? So let's talk about what just happened with Lapeef Network. Do you think that it's a troll, or do you think it's Black content creators that are against them?
I think it's so easy to write it off as a troll. But let me say this with the funk. When you go against multiple women, powerful women who are part of powerful organizations, multiple times. Nobody comes to defend you. Nobody. Tawana had been off the network for about 8 months. Her name still being brought up. Nobody defended her.
She
Nobody.
could have came up on camera and started a channel and spoke her truth, and she did not.
And see, people always say that with the
She
phone, but I
has.
know. Hold on, JP. I know behind the
Okay,
scenes
so
enough. Hold on. I know behind the scenes enough to know that
we
that's not
always
true.
protect behind the scenes instead of people. I
Yeah,
think
and
it's
y'all,
like it's like being in a
but
court case
what
as
the
a
fuck?
father.
As a
As a father, you are judged by the things that happen behind the scenes. When in
what the
reality,
fuck?
a lot of times you wanted to be able to get your truth out and come out, and that's
I
what
happen to
doesn't get to
know.
happen.
I happen to have more information on this situation behind the scenes and know these people behind the scenes more than anybody
Okay,
else on this panel.
let me say this. When it comes to reportings of any allegations, almost wherever, no matter whom it is you're reporting to, there is this thing of, one, when I come out and I say this, am I going to be treated as am I going to be said to be someone who's chasing the bag? How am I going to be mistreated? Right? So there's that. Two, let's keep in mind what we're on social media. People have a 25-second to 25-minute attention span in this space. That means that while you may not have seen these things, Tawana has had put out a statement on her own channel
Months
about this
ago.
situation and being mistreated. She went again and did it on
Thank you.
Instagram. But as content creators, we see more new content creators, such as yourself, who aren't moving in all of the spaces yet, talking behind the scenes. You're not seeing some things. Viewers like Rico certainly aren't getting some things, but they need to understand, because today it's 2 days after Christmas. How many people do you think got YouTube kits for Christmas? We need to put a light on it and make it clear that what we have witnessed, what we can learn from this, and where we can grow from here. So being able to state that these young ladies have had this situation and not brought it to light, there are young men in this space who have been mistreated and brought it to light, but it hasn't been brought to the main stage. Why? Because bigger platforms with 35, 40,000, a 500,000 subscribers can shut them down in a heartbeat. It doesn't have to be a shadow ban from YouTube. It could be a shadow ban from Black folks who don't want it said, hey, listen, this is poison to our entire community. We need to do better.
Oh, and she was pregnant, so she wasn't trying to experience postpartum fucking depression, right? She had these people numbers calling them. They're not picking up the phone. She went to school with JR since fucking grade school.
Okay,
So this is
Okay, let
all
me
offline.
answer Sarah El Bay's question, please.
No, I did in the comments.
Did you?
Soraya Bay. We can't talk about. That's like saying, well, R. Kelly got taken down. Let's talk about just this one thing that happened. No, we got to talk about everything in totality. Everything in totality.
Okay.
Again, hold on, Rico. If we're gonna get up here and just say, well, Anton said this happened, so this is why the channel was taken down, then I can leave and go start my fucking day. But I have talked to people from Courtney Michelle and others who told me their situations. Period. They told me their
So
situations.
I'm trying to connect the dots. I'm trying to connect the dots because the channel got taken down because of the trolling or whatever with the porn thing. So you're saying that
how do you know that? How do you know that? Before you keep going, how do you know this to be true?
I promise
because
I'm quick.
You're arguing this like it's true.
Okay, let him. Okay, so then let's do that then. Gentlemen, if that's
the channel was taken down because of what Anton says, what you just said.
Why can't we accept that
because
premise,
of the troll?
Darrell?
Okay.
And hold on, let me just ask the question, gentlemen. Darrell, to you, why can't we accept the premise that Anton has put forward? Jay, why are you so willing to accept the premise that Anton put forward? Rico, as a viewer, just watching, how do you feel about what it is that you have witnessed? Those are the questions.
Mine's very quickly, JP.
Somebody said on Amira's live last night that I've already spoken to that's exactly what happened. That a troll was on the panel and they showed a GIF of porn. It coincides with what Anton just wrote. That's why I connected those two dots.
Okay. Now
let me finish. As a viewer, let me say this. I have none of the background information. I don't know any of the information that Daryl knows behind the scene. I didn't even and I do agree, one, that Anton made the statement that it was the porn on the GIF. That is with the statement of on the screen on YouTube. So YouTube is even saying that, because when you get the shutdown screen, they list that as part of the reason, nudity. So now, but again, is I do take everything that Anton says with a grain of salt, because to me, he's been a demonstrable liar. So that's why I get Daryl's hesitation. But I agree with Jay in this instance, because the YouTube page says it was terminated for that reason. It may not be the only reason, but partially. Now, does it explain a gift? As far as I know, somebody could have pulled their dick out. I don't know.
Okay.
So, but that's still nudity.
Okay,
So was it a gift from a troll? Was somebody naked? I don't know, but I'll tend to lean that little bit way. Say, okay, this is one of the times he's not telling a lie. Whoop-de-doo, he's told 7,000 other ones. He told this one truth. I really don't care. You're still a fucking liar to me. But at the end of the day, the biggest issue I have is I don't think it should have been taken down for this arbitrary reason. I'm glad it was taken down because I've seen so much as a viewer, other toxic garbage that they have spewed that to me is way worse than if somebody showed a dick pic, just some of the things they said. And I'm happy to see these young men have an opportunity to detox for a moment. That's it.
Let me answer her question. She says, I understand the allegations, but how does that relate to the channel being canceled? So there's a couple of things here. One, as we stated, your YouTube channel does not belong to you. It belongs to YouTube. So if you do things to violate the content enough, they will take you down. Why what Darrell is saying matters is because if the history of that can be shown both on camera and behind the scenes, it shows a tendency, something that needs to be looked at in a much larger scale. It may be this platform now, but is it more than just this platform? But again, it's not yours. As Enya said earlier, we also need to keep in mind there are a lot of people coming into this space right now who just bought their YouTube creator kit. Okay? We need to tell them this is not your bag. It better not be your solo bag. Like I said, what do I have? Cash App, Instagram, Facebook, buy me a coffee. I talk about cannabis in multiple places. I do a host of other things in order to be able to bring in and drive income. This same platform has someone on there who is doing things that are in a way MLM-ish, kind of pyramid scheme-ish. We need to address those things. When I brought this here, what does the question say? Content creator responsibility discussion. What we have witnessed. That means, what has Darrell witnessed in front of the camera, behind the camera? Whatever he's willing to express, he can do that. After that, we need to make sure that we're being responsible with what we say, right? That's the whole point of my platform, period. I don't care whether you're a content creator or just a person in general. Be responsible with your goddamn words and behaviors. So it's fully within the realm of what it is that I do to have this conversation right now, all day long, for the rest of 2022, if I fucking feel like it. But excuse me, I just need to get that off my chest. Now,
what's the JP, just as a little pushback though.
Yes.
As you say this, and I get 100% with what Daryl's saying. I don't know. I get it. If it's part of it, it's part of it. But as you always so eloquently says, as these channels grow from the salaciousness, we don't need to tear them down with salaciousness as well. Because the bottom line, it could be true. It could be true. And I don't doubt it for a second, but I really don't care about that. I tell you, my issue, let me think. My issue, the personal problems that Tawan and all them went through, and I watched what they did to her publicly, and I was pissed off about that. So I didn't know nothing about, I'm like, just the way they talked about that woman publicly, that's what I think my ass is on my back about. I don't care what she allowed to happen, behind the scenes, because I'm not aware of it. But the public behavior and treatment towards her is the problem, because all of us viewers don't see the back channel stuff. So that's not affecting the community. The public treatment of her.
That's what I want you to explain, and why it is that I even came in. Okay, you said publicly. What is it about the public? Tawana is one woman, but what for me, it's representation. And I think that's what it is for you. But no one ever gets around to saying that because all of this other stuff happens.
It is representation. It's a representation on a personal level. It's representation on a community level. I mean, so many of the horrible tropes that are said about Black people and Black women in particular, not based or substantiated in any evidence or science, and people just put out in the ether, and then that shit's like COVID. It's almost impossible to kill, and all it does is mutate. And then I get so troubled because I watch young black men. It chaps my ass to watch minority communities actually push these negative tropes about their own community. And oftentimes I'm like, I can't believe I'm watching some content creators defend white people. Like, I'm like, how the fuck are you a minority defending the white supremacy? That's just how sick it gets. So when we push out, like I said, I push back on the 80% of divorces are filed by women. All bullshit, no evidence, nothing substantiated. 16% of black men fathered 80 or 100% of the babies. Bullshit, no evidence, nothing to support it. Black women being the least desirable of all society, the least desirable or dateable. Bullshit, not supported, zero fucking evidence. But not only do someone originate and create these tropes, we repeat it so it can't die. And I'm sick of these fucking Dr. Frankensteins creating all of these monsters and then going, I ain't got nothing to do with it. I'm only talking. I'm not responsible for my words. You fucking are. You are responsible for your words. And again, I don't give a fuck about your intent. It's your impact. It's the impact. And that's why we got to stop letting people off the hook. I'm just a viewer. I don't have a channel. You can't threaten me with shit. If I get sick of it, I just turn it off. But to sit here and see and listen to this garbage day after day and to hear other content creators mimic it, I'm like, we got to be better. You're 30, 40, 50 years old. If they were all 15, that'd be fine. I'd be totally fine. A bunch of 15-year-old boys and girls sitting around talking like this. But to have grown-ass adults at the age of 25 or 30 or better doing this willfully and then saying, I'm just talking, that's bullshit.
Can you address Red Lipstick Vibe's statement right here? She says, I feel like this. If you don't like what a channel is saying, unsubscribe and don't watch. No need for social media beefs. In the reference that you just made, you said, hold on, but you just said something. You said I could understand if they were 15, 18-year-olds, but it's grown adults. What's the difference? Why does it matter? Because those grown adults are impacting who specifically is watching.
Yeah, and that's the problem, is because I'll even say his name. Kevin Samuels, 50-something years old. His hugest draw is probably from guys 25 and under. I mean, and they repeat things he say like chapter and verse, like it's biblical. And I'm like, that's the part that gets me. There's no discernment. There's no scrutiny to any of these statements. None of these things are said or checked with any veracity. You know, it's like, what the fuck has happened to your critical thinking skills that you just don't say, hey, you know, that just don't sound right. Maybe it's true. And that's the part that I have. To me, the tale for a charlatan, you know, people, is just the inability to say, I don't know, I'm unsure. And I even go through that in the workplace. I even tell people, you know, and I've been working in the legal industry for years. I'm like, the best thing you can ever say is, I don't know, let me see if I can find out. That's an intelligent person to me. But when people have so much hubris that they refuse to believe that they could be wrong about anything, or just uninformed, you know, or an unwillingness to admit it. I'm all day. I've been 35 years in the legal industry. We are all day. I don't know. Rico, I don't know. Let's go look it up. Let's check it out. That's all we do in a collaborative spirit to try to learn and grow. It's in the science industry. It's in the legal industry. It's a constant world of don't know. And any person, as I always say in my 57 years on this earth, there's more shit I don't know than I do. So when you land in a place that you know everything, and I learn from young people. So I don't even go with this, oh, I'm older, you can't tell me nothing. I learn a lot of things from young people. But I know when somebody telling me something fucking crazy. And that's the problem for me. The channel being taken down, I don't like the reasons, but because it has such a wide reach, I can appreciate the pause to give some of these young men an opportunity to detox from some of it a little bit, and hopefully maybe in some sort of way it'll make them think about future content.
Right.
And I hope all YouTube content creators start to think about what they put out, because you don't just get to walk away and say,
I fell asleep. I like
I'm gonna mute
conversation.
I didn't have anything to do with it, because I always say, and I'll just say this before I close it up, JP, the famous, and I can't remember the back in the day, I'm dating myself, we used to have, before Maury, you had Jerry Springer, you had like Ricky Lake and Sally Jesse Raphael and all these talk show hosts. And they were famous for doing the salaciousness and bringing stuff forth. And they brought out a gentleman once before, and he thought he was talking to a woman. And it was the early days of the transsexual, where it wasn't all the vogue like it is today, which I have nothing against, to be totally clear with.
Yes, please.
But they introduced the guy, and the guy was liking her. And then when he found out it was a woman, he was so embarrassed, he went and killed her in real life. It's a true story. He killed her.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm sitting there saying is, I watch some of these YouTube content creators, and they're crossing over into those territories. And we can all say, yeah, just turn it off. I have the discernment to turn shit off. I have the discernment to listen to the shit and know it's shit and know they making up lies and they talk shit. But everybody doesn't. And that's the harm, to say that it's like, it's like the head of the caliphate stroking up ISIS. Yeah, all those motherfuckers is crazy, but somebody fed them that crazy.
Yes.
Somebody fed the guy that put on a bomb and blow himself up. He didn't think that shit up on his own. Somebody fed them that shit. And I'm not saying that they're doing that. I'm just saying that it's all in the same vein. And I think they know what they're doing.
I think that they do too. Let me say this, Marcus and Ms. Todd, thank you for coming up. I know both content creators. I've spoken to them behind the scenes, and so they're up with an avatar. But there's a message in the back chat, you guys, that I'm going to be using going forward. It won't always be the same thing. But I will be asking people that I do not know who have an avatar to at least let me know behind the scenes that they're a real person. I don't care about your race. I don't care whether you're foreign or American. What I do care about is that you are a real person, and not, this is how you control the thing that we're talking about. If you're saying that, I know, Miss T, Miss T, but if we're talking about how to move forward and do better, then one of the easiest things to do is something that, look at the particular bots that are in the chat now. They have like Russian looking names. Doesn't matter. But the point is, if we're talking about better ways to go about controlling a platform, one of the easiest things to do, and I got this from a gentleman named Spencer Cornelia, is if you're he was talking about like verifying if someone were catfishing or scamming them. But if you're going to be running a live stream, the easiest thing you can do is, because you see them before anybody else, ask the avatars to flash their camera and an image of something that you have chosen in the moment. They have to have it right then. It's got to be what you thought of, and they've got to produce it. You can't be prepared for that. So this idea of trolls and fakers and so on and so forth, that's how you do it. That's how you handle it. I'm not sure why Jay dropped out, but he was the person that I was asking, how do I do better to protect my platform? Because I do feel that way. I want my people to be able to come up, and my people are all people. Just so that we're clear, I may speak about my Black experience, but damn it, I am a disabled Black woman. Why wouldn't I speak from that perspective? But I realize that more and more every day, people of all races and colors and whatever the hell you want to call it are oppressed by the same damn system. But if we're the culture starters, then let's start a culture of changing the message by being more positive and caring to one another. That's my whole thing. But anyway, I'm going to turn it over to Marcus and Miss Red Lipstick. Marcus, I'm going to let you go first, and then Red after you. Guys, if you have a channel, drop it in the back in the private chat, and I'll put it in the main chat, please.
Hey, JP, is it okay if I go first? Because I'm really headed out to work.
Yeah, go ahead, baby.
She can go.
Thank you for coming up, by the way.
So I just want to say a couple things. As far as policing the chat, and again, I agree with what you said about when people starting to cam up. Like literally now, you really have to tell them, like, you have to be on cam. You have to be no more. I'm on Avatar right now because I'm. Well, she knows me, but you have to be on cam because anybody can put a familiar face. Because I think on one of Jen on the Streets live one time, somebody was in the chat using her total picture, using her name and everything was in the chat pretending to be her, and that happens a lot. And now, as we can see now, I've been noticing a lot of foreign people in the chats putting weird things, putting links into. So whoever has a channel, please disable links coming into your chat. Because as soon as someone clicks on that link, you don't know what it is.
Yep.
So make sure you guys disable that. And actually, I'm really under the impression that I'm not even going to allow anyone onto my panel to comment if I don't know them.
Yeah, let me just say this. It's 20 people in here and it's only 9 likes. I ain't letting nobody. I'm gonna pull a fella move.
Hit
Ain't
that
nobody
like
saying
moment.
nothing else till y'all hit that like button. The likes are doggone free. That's just to get in. Y'all gonna make me act like a doggone Red Supreme up in here. Hit them likes. Hit the cash app. Get it up.
Exactly.
This church today. This is a Monday service. You better get them likes up. I ain't doing it.
Not saying no more until the likes is up, right?
I'm gonna learn to make y'all respect that I work hard to be able to have this conversation. Rico came and beat me up this morning to make sure that we were having the conversation, that it wouldn't just be about bringing down those people, just talking shit about them. And I'm true to that. I don't want that. But we do have to allow all of the information to be out because other people are stifling it. So I'll give you the opportunity to put out what it is that you feel, but we're always going to come back to the reason why we're here, why this platform exists, so that my people can have a better opportunity to communicate with one another, to show them how it's done and behave that way. That's it.
Because and you're absolutely correct. Because I was reading the chat before I claimed on, and a false statement was already put out there. So I'm like, nope, that is not why. Anyway, moving on. One of the things I want to talk about with Uncle, can I call you Uncle? Uncle Rika said, I may be wrong, but this is just me because I'm like whatever type person. People have a right to say whatever they want on their platform. People can, have their opinions or whatever. I'm the type of person, I take the meat and spit out the bones and go from there. As far as, we have to be responsible for what, the content is being put out and holding people accountable. But there are so many of us. How can we hold 1,000 or 200,000 of the same type of content creators that's saying the same thing accountable without going crazy? So I say, for me, I'd rather if a page or a channel is saying things that on a constant basis that I'm not in agreement with as law on their channel, not as an opinion or having a conversation or a debate, but it is law for their channel, I unsubscribe and I don't listen. So there won't be no, hostility or beefing with a channel because of something that they say. I'm trying to understand. I mean, I see where you're saying that what content that we put out is, detrimental to the younger people or people that don't really know how to eat the meat and spill out the bones. But it's so many. So how do we combat that other than putting out, better content? So I'm trying. So could you answer that for me, Uncle?
Yeah, I mean, I'll and I'm glad and thankful. Thank you for asking me that. And I even this is a conversation I've had with JP on a number of occasions. I'm like, I don't look to control them. I do believe people have their First Amendment rights to say whatever they want to say. And I don't align with people that, talk just utter nonsense. But especially on YouTube, the problem is it becomes a form of propaganda. So YouTube people forget, we say social media, the operative word here is media. So just like television stations are held accountable for misinformation and garbage that they put out, and they have to walk a very fine line about what's true and what's just made up. We have a governmental organization called the FCC. federal communications, whatever, and they control profanity, nudity, all sorts of things, and that we're discussing the very reason why the channel is taken down, because it violated some terms of service. And YouTube could even make it like misinformation. As I said earlier, Twitter kicked off the fucking president because he was lying so much. And he was not the most egregious person on Twitter. But they realize their platform has a responsibility. So clearly, you as a content creator and any other content creator must bear a sense of that responsibility with the information you say. So if you're out there and you're encouraging people to commit suicide, it's your free speech to tell them that. But I guarantee you, when somebody kills themselves, your ass is going to jail. They just had a case of a young lady encouraging her boyfriend to do it. He did it.
Yeah, I remember.
Tech. So that's why I said they say it's like we hide behind free speech, but as they say, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. You have to take responsibility, and I'm not gonna be. I'm like you, sis. I'll be damned if I'm gonna be out here trying to police all
right.
It's 100 to 1 stupid to smart. However, I'm not gonna sit quietly by when I hear the fuckery. I just can't, because then I'm not being true to myself. So I only ask anybody, be true to yourself. The same way I wouldn't let my drunk uncle say something to my wife. I'm not gonna sit there and baby, he just drunk. No, I'm gonna tell him shut the fuck up. I'm
right.
going to correct it. And you would expect your, whether it's if it's your husband or your boyfriend and his mom or his sister out of pocket, you're gonna look at him. He can't go, well, she got free speech. You're going to be like, okay, well, your ass is going to be sleeping on the couch, because you expect good people to stand up against things like that. That's
exactly. That's what I want to say.
Can I push back just a little bit? As far as the whole now I'm in marketing and social media. That's part of my job. I can tell you that most times, as we can see with the fresh and fit issue, is because someone or some people will constantly send in complaints. If someone's constantly submitting complaints or violations, this instance will happen as well. Yes, and that's because individuals have an issue of something being said.
Right.
It has nothing to do with YouTube seeing that you're doing something constantly. It's because there have been multiple complaints from other people. So it's like, like I think one of you already said, we don't know the full story. So we should leave speculation to the side, and just as content creators, because I'm a newbie to it. And, I was just doing podcasting audio. So I'm new to the whole video side and everything, and a lot of people don't like Lapeef or whatever, but I've learned a lot from watching their platform on how to run a platform. So you learn from everybody. I've learned stuff from JP, I've learned stuff from Dur, I've learned stuff from a whole bunch of people just by watching what they do. And so like I said, I take the meat and throw out the bones.
Okay, so quick question, and I just want to ask you this, because like you said, being in the marketing, so you're also aware that although yes, in a lot of industries you do deal with a lot of nuisance complaints, people just being a pain in the ass. But however, as a business, you are also wise enough and sharp enough to listen to every complaint so that you can course correct as a business. Because maybe some of those nuisance complaints, while we don't give it the seriousness that it deserves, it may be a red light that, these people are just a little bit too sensitive.
Flag on the play. I'm sorry, flag on the play, because K Business Podcast, I'm going to drop the link, K, if you could come up, has been in YouTube for a minute, and it looks like what he's saying is that YouTube may be cleaning house.
Yes, they are. I was about to say that. I was about to say that to him. Is what's happening is, and because of the industry I get the 411 before it happens. Mm-hmm. They are cracking down on so much starting in 2022. Literally, we can't say the C word, we can't say the R word, but it's going to get so bad that you can't mention certain politicians. You won't be able to show certain gifts, any video, any pictures. It's going to get really bad now, guys.
But let me ask you,
I think because now we have to understand, I was just telling someone that Black content creators have literally taken over YouTube.
But go ahead.
That is, and I understand where you about to go, Uncle. That is the main reason why we as a people need to tweak our platforms, because now we have captured the world, really. Black YouTube, and having those types of conversations and having those types of rhetoric that's been going on, they're gonna crack down on it.
Okay,
so every little thing we do is going to be like, oh nope, you out.
I appreciate it. No. Marcus, you get the next full 4.5 minutes to yourself, brother. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mark. And look, okay, guys, I gotta go. I need to go ahead into this building. I love you guys. I'll talk to y'all soon.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Mark.
Bye, Cha. Well, first of all, good morning and happy late holidays. But I was listening intently to what the panel was saying, and I think you need to understand the job field I'm in is very dangerous, critical job field when it comes to exposing figures of political status, power, south of the border, and then organized crime. So now that you see the media for what it's gone through, it's going to silence a lot of people, because if you're conservative, you're most likely going to get silenced nowadays. If you're right wing, you're going to get silenced. Again, Twitter, YouTube, all these other major stream platforms, they're all more left wing now. They're more liberal. So there is no more room anymore that much for the right wing. There's no more sense anymore for logical terms, for facts, for statistics, for data, for the science of it. So when we have the proof, and now that they're going to be gunning for people if they try to expose someone of status or power, it's always going to be like met with some type of contempt, whether it's holding you back, silencing you, censoring you. And people need to understand that ideals are peaceful. Ideas are peaceful, but history is violent. History is always going to be violent. And I need people to understand they got to wake up to that, because the reason why I don't cam up a lot is because, for one, the job they told me I can't be a content creator. I can't do this and that. And I got to respect it for my safety and for others as well. But I tell people, if you want to know how I look, go on my Instagram or Facebook. If you want to know how I look, if I get a chance to phone call with you, I'll talk to you. But these kinds of discussions are important to have. I'm glad that you guys are having it. Now, there's a saying that, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys are talking about public figures and how people will take it for face value and swallow it. I think it's a 50-50. It's no longer putting that person on a pedestal like if they're an idol. They're false idols. A lot of these people are false idols. They don't even do what they own preach. So I'd say the person that's listening to them, take accountability for yourself, because at the end of the day, you're a master of your own free will. You're your master of your own free will. Just because someone says, hey, let's go have fun, party, let's do some, drugs and rock and roll and commit crimes. No, at the end of the day, that's on you. As an individual, that's on you. If you want to do crime, remember, you don't want to do the crime. If you want to do the time, don't do the crime. So I need to make sure people that are listening to those so-called people they idolize to look themselves in the mirror and take accountability for themselves. Because anybody could be preaching to you in a choir and a pedestal and say, hey, do this and that, or listen to my rap songs, or follow my movement. But you got to look at it both ways. I get tired of hearing this whole, the public figure is held to a higher standard. Not necessarily all the time, because the majority of the room is general population of people. They're the ones in control. There's a government people should not be feared of a government. Government should be afraid of its people. They're outnumbered by millions.
Can I ask a question, sir?
Yes, sir.
Why should the content creator not be held to a higher standard when they have a higher voice? So the public figure has a bigger voice. You agree?
Sure, to a certain extent, yes.
Right, exactly. So whether I'm a celebrity, a politician, an athlete, I have a voice. People will listen to them all day and don't give a shit what you or I think. So I do think we can't, like they say, with great reward comes great responsibility. We can't keep letting if you choose to be in the limelight, you have to take the responsibility that goes with it, or else step out of the light. Stop giving voice to things. If you are, as you say, you're not living it, you can't speak from a proper perspective, or you're not willing to take the responsibility. I'm not of the school that, oh, yeah, we all have equal First Amendment rights, but ain't nobody listening to me or you like they're listening to these public figures. So I just want to push back on that and say, yes, you have to have a higher level of responsibility if you're given a higher voice. That, I mean, it's not equal.
But let me say this.
Okay.
One of the things I think that happens, and I've said this before, when you put yourself on camera, you're going to go through an ego battle, period. And I want people to understand that. Like I said, a bunch of people got their YouTube creator kit a couple days ago, and they're ready to go live, or they're going live. This is why this channel is here. You have to understand this is a slow journey. Even if you can get to 1,000 subscribers in 10 days, the actual work and the money that you're actually going to get, most of it's going to YouTube anyway. You need to think hard about why you're coming into this space and what you're doing. If you can stay on your message when you have that ego battle, you're better off in this situation. That's, if you look at the last year that or however long I've been on here, you can see my ego journey outright. That is why I put it out here. I did not come to YouTube to be a YouTuber or a content creator. I'm looking for something different. I found it. I'm working on that. But up here, y'all got to understand, your blackness is profitable, not to you though, to other people. Okay, so when you are bringing on all of these folks and allowing them to, yes, we need to have these conversations, but does YouTube need to profit off of these conversations? How can we do this in a way that we can do better by our people? Brother Clarence, I'm gonna bring you up, but like I said in the chat, I got a question for you because I feel like there's some media responsibility that we need to talk about on your end and state platform. But gentlemen, if there's anything else you would like to say, and then Brother Clarence, I'm gonna bring you up.
Okay. Yeah, I think the last thing I was gonna say was a lot of these content creators, what they do is they understand how like the money is and how it is to become a content creator when you start blowing up, you start getting traction, the views, the clickbait. And then what they do is they start selling merchandise, so they stay relevant. They stay merchandise, books, courses. So you got to understand from a monetary standpoint, people, if you're going to read between the lines, that's how they're going to be able to float above. So once you get the actual views, the subscribers, the view time, that's what the money is the views and the view time and the likes.
I just want to say here too is, and I like, was that Sister Red Lipstick JP that was on earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. And I loved, her bringing to light that how YouTube is starting to crack down, in particular on Black content creators. First of all, I think while the Black YouTube content space has grown exponentially, let's not kid ourselves to ever think that it was anywhere close to the white YouTube space. It just wasn't going to be. However, and I do think, I flat out believe that they're being unfair and they're being tougher on Black content creators than they are on white content creators. But again, that's why I tell the young folks, all my life, everything's always been tougher on Black people. Full stop. And if you think it's going to be easier for your ass, it's not. You're going to grow into learning that. So what I'm saying is,
minorities in general.
When I look at YouTube, the Black YouTube space, while I think there are some wonderful, positive, outstanding content creators out there, I'm not going to let the ones that are getting tore down cry victim. You ain't going to play the victim now. We're not going to act like there has not been immeasurable amounts of fuckery and garbage and shit out here. And if I own YouTube, I'd be cleaning it up too. I probably would be striking down a lot more than fucking white YouTube content creators as well. But trust me, probably all the Black content creators that they're booting out, I would be booting out too, because it's not good for the brand. And everybody holler brand. You see Facebook is starting to they rebranded themselves Metaverse because they're looking at possibly being broken up. Twitter, the CEO stepped down, Jack Dorsey. And like I said, they had to kick off the fucking president because you let some of these people run wild and rampant and they damage your platform. That's why. So it's not just YouTube. It's Facebook. It's Twitter. All of these social media companies, the operative word here is media. That's the same thing television and radio went through before them. You just can't keep, and those platforms were also being held responsible for the content that they allowed on their platform. Remember, if you watch the news and you follow it, that's what people are on Facebook and Twitter as about. Not nothing they said, the content they're allowing on their platform. They're starting to say, hey, if you get some crazy fool that goes and shoot up a school, I'm going to sue your ass too. Legal liability. YouTube is being sensitive to that, and I don't blame them. So I don't know why some of these content creators, like you said, if you're getting the strike, if you get, clean your shit up so they don't have to come at your ass. And if you don't, cry me a fucking river. I don't want to hear it. If that's where they need to take responsibility and say, I don't want to lose my channel, so I'm gonna clean up. If you want to have that's why I don't have a channel. I can say what the fuck I want. Ain't got nothing to take from me. But if I had one, I would definitely modulate my speech.
One last small point before I know you move it on, JP. I think that's another issue that has been happening. A lot of people that have been complaining about the system of YouTube when it comes to the complaints, copyright strikes, etc. It's such an automated system where they don't really review it. It's more of a supercomputer. So the people that I've heard that work at YouTube headquarters and etc., other platforms, they have these systems where all of a sudden now, because it's very politically biased towards one wing, the automated system will just correct you, take it down, mess up demonetize your channel, etc. And now the people that were actually doing good content for the good of people, they get affected by it as well.
Okay, Brother Clarence, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'll just be. Oh, you went to an avatar. All right, good thing I know who you are. All right. First of all, I'd like to let you go ahead and say what it is that what your perspective on being more responsible with your content, with as content creators, how we can be more responsible, what you witnessed, if anything, because you were on the Lapeef network a couple of times. So you may have a different perspective from the rest of us. I never went up there. I watched a couple of times and turned it off.
I was just on there yesterday.
Can I first say good morning to you, sir?
Good morning, Brother Rico.
There you go. Let's start our day.
I did all of that. Hold on. I did all of that in the chat, to be fair. It's not my fault you don't know how to chat and be on the panel.
I say good morning.
Good morning, Uncle Scoop. Good morning.
Good morning.
If you're going to be a comedian, you're going to need to learn how to do both.
We're still in the holiday spirit. Let's
my bad. Okay. I apologize. Yes, sir.
I know better than to come on a platform and not say nothing to Rico. I already know better. Because he's gonna go to another panel and kick my behind. So I better say what's up to Rico right away.
Yeah.
I was on it yesterday, so I'm just now hearing about it. I just walked in my office and I saw you were live streaming, so I said, I'm gonna turn it on, and then I saw something about I thought you guys were talking about Lapeef, so I went to go look through. I went through my channels that I'm subscribed to, and I didn't see them. And I was like, what's going on? So Can you fill me in on what happened?
As far as the understanding goes, on Anton's community tab page, he's got a statement that reads, last night during a live stream on YouTube, the Lapeef network was intentionally trolled by a person that was pulled up on the panel that used a GIF that flashed nudity briefly. This triggered YouTube to take down the channel. We will keep everyone updated as we work with YouTube to get things back to normal. Thanks for the support. Now, what we did, like I said, was the questions that I asked. Where'd they go? Here they are. The discussion, because I'm always about being responsible as Black people for our image and what we're putting out there. So I asked the question: what have we witnessed? What can we learn? And where can we grow from here? So I'm gonna let you address that first, and then we'll have a conversation about what it is that I want to talk to you about. First,
okay. I witnessed a lot. I mean, a lot of content creators say a lot of different things. Peace to Sister Hanifa. Yeah, a lot of content creators say a lot of different things. And so I've seen it on both spectrums. Seen content creators with good intentions, teaching good stuff. Then I've seen content creators like, the Lapeef Network, the mothership. They give out a lot of bad advice. I've seen it just on everything. And, they think they're doing good, you know what I mean? And that's the thing. Everybody thinks they're teaching right. So you as a person looking at them, how do you differentiate who's right and who's wrong? You know what I mean? Because most people out here that have a channel are pretty much teaching from their perspective of what is right and wrong.
Well,
So
isn't that the main thing, though, Brother Clarence? Teaching from your perspective versus teaching teaching the truth, the reality, the not just your perspective, but if I, like, for instance, if I'm going to come up here, when I talk about what it is that I have lived, it's because I've lived it, but then I share that it's happening to all kinds of people, not just me, folks in Marcus's community, folks in the white community. It's happening. I use my people because, well, I see us as the biggest issue. Like, we need the most support and love from one another before
correct,
we can move forward.
correct.
But you can, as witnessing it, you can see that it's not good for us. You're older than some of the people who are watching these channels. Aren't we more responsible for not only what we watch, what we put out, what we bring forth? Shouldn't we be more even keeled in what we're putting out there? I think that's Rico's complaint about the ages of the people on this platform. Shouldn't we be more emotionally stable putting out content?
Well, see, you got you got a dichotomy going on. See, you got the people that's out here like us, right? We're trying to put out good content to lead people in a direction where it's going to be the most productive for them, right? We of course we want to get monetized. So I'm not here trying to say we're not getting monetized, but that's not our primary goal. Our primary goal is to put out information that could lead people in the right direction. If the people think enough of us to monetize us, cool, right? But other people come here and it's just a business. They'll talk about whatever. They'll start beefs with whoever. They just do whatever is going to lead them to get monetized. So you got those two things in play at the same time. Sometimes they intersect, sometimes they don't. But and so sometimes you got people like us that, when I say us, I'm talking about me and Rico at that age, where they just say, I don't care. These youngsters ain't gonna listen no way. Let me just talk about whatever. Let me just get some money. They looking at it straight as a business. So that's where the conflict comes in, because some of us looking at it as not only a business, but an opportunity to try to lead some of our people out of the misery they in. And then some of them say they're not looking at it like they just strictly a business. Who cares? If it gets clicks and views and likes, that's what I'm gonna do. Regardless if it's perfect example is the mothership. Regardless of whether it's gonna be good for the people in the long run, we're just gonna do whatever likes and clicks gonna do, and that's it. And that's the standard by which we live. So that's my opinion on that.
Okay. Thank you. I have someone in the back. Jack Spade, I don't know you and didn't see you enter through the chat. If there's some way that you can flash your camera and let me know who you are, I'm serious. I'm not playing
but
this
you got to
game.
do that. You got to do that.
I
I got
know
caught
that
the same way. I got caught the same way. Do flash porn on my prawn on my site, and I had to go back all the way back to the live stream, cut that out, and then re-upload the live stream. So you gotta watch. So what I usually do is make them point a finger or put up two fingers or something. Make sure they for real.
Start making cam up. It's a standard. I'm sorry. You want your voice to be heard.
That's what's going to be the standard from now on.
Watch. The standard going forward, and I'm not trying to, I understand the sensitivity of people.
Hold on, y'all. Give me a second.
Have to be sensitive, but if and if you know them, I would even say, look, if you want to come on the show with an avatar, I would have had at least FaceTimed you before something. Yeah. I wouldn't just randomly bring up, because that's that's just going to be what the deal is going to be. Other than that, you putting your trust in people that you don't know, and that's just, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't leave your wallet around a bunch of people you don't know. So I'll leave your platform unprotected if you know that that's what people are doing. Now, people personally, I make exception and grace for people that you have met, whether you met them on other platforms, and I'm fully sensitive to people's job. But if they're just refusing to do it for whatever reason, then I'm not interested in what you have to say.
Yeah, if it's your job, then Marcus, I'm going to let you speak on this, but I feel like if it's your job and you actually have something that you think you want to say, it's like media and anything else. You have to trust the content creator or the journalist, reporter, whatever you want to call them, at least behind the scenes, to give some way of them knowing who you are. Now, maybe you have a different approach to that, Marcus, that I could consider or something, but I don't feel comfortable. My people are under assault all the time. Anything that you're trying to do that's positive for the good of any people is going to be attacked. So how do we protect it and still be able to keep going? I don't want to have to stop this train. I don't want to. People are going to come for it. I don't want to derail easily.
Are you talking about like in general for people when they're going to become like a social, like public figure?
Or even as a panelist like you are today, just the premise of going forward. How do you feel about people putting a requirement that you be on cam, and for what reason?
I think the only exceptions would be certain job fields. Like for example, me, the reason why I was very delicate and that they told me not to have anything type of social media status, platform, not be a content creator. I already had to go through a few funerals because of people that decided to do a platform depending on the job that I have and the journalism that we cover in Mexico. People have gotten murdered, dismembered, decapitated, public hangings, tortured. So you can go, I can recommend a channel right now, OG Shadow, who does a lot of covering for narco trafficking cartels. Some of his friends that were on cam, some of his friends that became public figures a little bit, sort of small tractions on social media. They got picked up, kidnapped, and dismembered, and now the children are orphaned and the husbands are grieving. And so for me, I understand if the requirement for the panel, if you want people to cam up, but as far as me, if you don't want to have me on here, I'll respectfully decline. I'll respectfully say I'll bow out, but I'll still listen to you guys. I'll still watch it. I will still love it, and I will still spread the love that you guys are sharing, no matter what. I am not biased like that. I'm not bitter like that. And the other thing too that I wanted to say, a lot of these YouTube content creators, they know that it's a capitalistic market, so they want to be able to get as many views. They want to get as many people that are vulnerable. They want to get as many people that are in through tough times, and even themselves, they may not even know the person watching them is going through a tough time. But if on the betting chance, there's going to be people going through a lot more struggles than there are successful people in the world getting by. So I think
my question is, with your taking into consideration your concern, which is a very valid concern, you wouldn't be opposed to if someone said, "Okay, Marcus, I'm gonna let you up, but I need you at least to cam up with me so I can see before I bring you up, just to verify you're not a bot, you're not a troll, blah 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 blah."
Well, for me, while I have this job, no, I will not come up. Not while I have this job, and more importantly, for what I have.
Hold on.
Okay,
but I understand that, and I do have solutions to that, and also what Jack Spade said. Jack Spade, if you're still out there, I hear you. What they said is, I don't have, and they did this in the private chat. I put it in the front. Okay, I don't have a cam, but I understand. My only response is the audience has spoken, and they lead with their viewership and donations. But with that said, everyone have a happy holiday. Now, with that said, for the people who don't have a cam, I am working on getting, or don't know how to do this, I'm working on getting a phone line. And some other means of being able to reach out and communicate, because I do understand that when I look at my analytics, I have a lot of citizens who are in their 30s and 40s who are what they would call, I think, Luddites a little bit. So you have to walk them through the process. So I'm going to make it easier, because there should still be able to be a way. But with the phone, I do have more control over the imaging, which is the YouTube issue, that it's not just words, people can see it. But if I can hear you acting like whatever, that's easier to cut off. But if you flash your winky do on camera, I got to immediately shut down, turn everything off, go back through the process or whatever it is. So Marcus, would you be willing to do those type of things? Is that a better option for someone like you?
Like a phone? You mean like a phone line and stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't mind the phone line. It's a great way of it's just like the suicide prevention lines. It works as well. It works as benefits. Again, if it's a requirement that you have, then I got to respect the rule. If I choose not to come up, then I'll choose not to come up. You choose not to have me, I'll respect that as well. No ill will, and that's just the way it is. But for the time being, just because of my higher ups and people have told me the powers that be, and for my safety, for my family's safety. That's just for what I am. So It's not the first one, not the first person. I got into it with somebody else because they didn't know my backstory and they didn't know. They were just jumping off the jump. And he wasn't even a main panelist. He was just a guy that jumped on as well. And he didn't even get a chance to hear my story. But we squashed it. We vetted it, and we're moved on, and we're actually good buddies. So, but like I said, I respect your rules. I respect your platform. The same way if anybody had a stricter, tighter rope of the platform, or that's their rules, then you got to respect it. But for me, I also have my boundaries as well. So,
and I don't look at it as a rule, Marcus, so much as like a verification process. They're just trying to verify that people are real. So that's why I said I think the way that you're presenting right now is perfect to me, but maybe the chat, the platform owner should be able to verify that you're a real person. So, and that's kind of how I ascribe it, as a verification process, just to make sure. And I 100% based on your backstory, I blame you. I wouldn't cam up either.
Right, because I've gone through my situations, but I have done this before. I flash my ID on the thing, so I know that I can say that it's me, my name, and then if you don't believe the ID, you can go on my social media platforms as well, like Instagram and Facebook. So I always shout out my Facebook. If you guys want to know what I look like, you want to meet me in Mexico, because I'm a survival tour guide in Mexico. I also do part-time journalism and U.S. contractor, and I do a little side business. So if you guys are ever in this section of the West Coast, I'm more than glad to meet up. I also put my email and stuff. So people have ways of getting in contact with me, and whether it's audio or through in person. It's just that for me, I knew for a fact I still did not want to be a content creator. And I'm glad that you guys have a platform for people to talk to, because not only is that it's still a grind of a job, it's also something for me that I got to be low key about. And for you guys, I do wish I'm happy for JP. I love JP. She reminds me of one of my aunts, and then you guys remind me a lot of some of my uncles that I have. So I'm glad I'm talking to older folks, because for some reason I've always stayed closer to the older generations because they're more seasoned and they're more veteran, as opposed to the young generations where now it's more reckless.
Okay, I would like to say something really quick. Just give me 1 second. Combative, honey, reach out to me, email me. I'm gonna drop the email in a second. Y'all, thank you so much for getting the likes up. We got 22 watching and 21 likes. Feel free to donate to the Cash App. The whatchamacallit, the January bills are coming due for the stream. So, let's just gonna put it out there. Now, having said that, I've been a military mother, spouse, and child. And I've always had to be concerned with my personal safety and the safety of the community around me. And also I knew that anything that I did would come back on my father. Rico, you and Marcus will be able to attest to this in a moment. We lived in El Paso in the mid to late 90s. Okay.
Oof.
Yeah. So, and my spouse, his title, 96 Bravo. He was in military intelligence. We weren't even allowed to go across the border. We could barely.
Juarez. Yes. That's all I gotta say. Juarez is one of the most dangerous cities in the world, and it's still one of the most bloodiest.
Right. So my experience has always been about my awareness, what's around me, what's going on, what am I putting out there that could cause me harm, what am I putting out there that could bring me back damage. It's not saying that the victim is responsible for what it is that is happening to them, but you are responsible for keeping yourself in the safest position possible, knowing what society is like, knowing what social media is like. If you're going to come into this space and put your face, avatar, voice onto this platform, know that there will always be someone ready to snatch you down. And if you are not transparent, it's going to be a whole lot easier. It's going to come a lot faster. So that's my encouragement. I've been on social media since AOL dial-up arguing about religion with people. Nothing's changed. They've just gotten more and more dramatic, more theatrical, because that is the way to get any money from this thing, because capitalism, like Marcus said. But y'all know, if you got any kind of military background and you go too close to a border, it's the same thing in these YouTube streams. I just don't understand why it got here.
Can I add a small little tidbit to that?
Yeah.
So there was military people that were starting channels, whether it was for fitness or whether it was for reaction to like other like little like TV shows and movies and stuff, or whatever it would be, and they would get in trouble and they would get demoted and they would get paid defuncted. Like, so it's very, like I said, it's gonna go back to this new type of system where free speech is a joke now. Free speech will be exceptions. Amendments and constitutions, they have exceptions within them, the clauses. So now, what is right and wrong? Like, what we have to walk around with a muzzle or a mouthpiece in order for you to be okay to not get your feelings hurt? Or is it because it's so monetarily, financially gained for people to have these so-called agendas and viewpoints? That's what gets me confused sometimes. That's what throws me off, because like you just referenced religion. There's still religious wars happening that they're fighting in the Middle East.
Go ahead, Brother Clarence.
What were we talking about? You was going to ask me something about chaotic, or what?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's do so. As I said, I believe in responsibility in journalism. I understand bringing forth a message of we need to understand everybody in the diaspora and all of the conversations to be had. But when we know that someone has done so many things so egregious as dropping the N-bomb, so serenading panels of predominant culture women while talking trash about women of his own culture, why do we need to give them any more voice when they already have their own platform? And I'm asking specifically because YouTube, unlike television back in the day, is about what we click on. We're the algorithm. As much as once you click, they take you down a rabbit hole, you got to click on something. So isn't it up to us to not give them any more air, any more oxygen as well?
I mean, that's one way of looking at it, but what the way I look at it is we can't be afraid of people just because they have different points of view. They look like us, but they have different points of view. And then we got to have people like Rico and OG Patrice who will show these younger people how to go against stuff like that. See, they don't really know how to deal with stuff like that. So we need to show them, if you have an opposing view, you can still be respectful to the person, but you can still hit them with facts and just show their argument to be flawed. So, in my opinion, I bring the Ku Klux Klan wizard on there if I could get a hold of him. I bring him on there so we could talk to him, because there's nothing he's gonna say that's gonna get me to join his side. But I think it's kind of scary when we get like China, where we say we're just not gonna let anybody talk that's talking other than us. That's scary. That to me, that's we got to be aware of everyone.
Okay, isn't that kind of hyperbolic to be like, we're going to be like China? Let's talk about it. How many Negroes are there, and how many Negroes are there on YouTube, and how many Negroes are there on YouTube that are actually being listened to? I mean, come on. I think it's an easy. Let me finish. It's an easy equivocation to make, but there is no black media giant like there is a China giant. There is no black monolith. But we keep talking about how there's toxicity and these terrible things that are being done to our community. Right. Why don't we see it? He got his own platform, more subscribers probably than you and I, if he shows them or not.
Right.
Let him be over there. Why do we need to bring him into this space? Why do you need to have a conversation with him, knowing there are a host of young men and women who do follow you, looking for a positive message? They know he exists. They live with him every day of their lives. Why do we need to bring him into the space?
Okay, JP.
Or those like him, excuse me.
You are superimposing your position onto the rest of these people out here. Some people just want to hear different opinions going at it. Some people just want to hear. Me, I am not threatened by anything anybody's going to say. I'm pretty much well set in how I feel about things. So I'm not threatened by him coming on my platform or me going on his or whatever. I'm not threatened by none of that. So, but you superimposing, in my opinion, that everybody understands that and everybody looks at chaotic the same way. A lot of people don't know him. He's known in a certain portion.
That's my point, Brother Clarence.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people don't know him, and you own a positive Black platform.
Okay.
You brought a man who would say the N bomb, full stop, ERA on his platform and those things into a Black positive space. I am not superimposing. I am asking why, if that is what you say your content is about, would you bring him into the space when you know a lot of people already don't know him? You're giving him oxygen.
Can I
Can I
interject?
respond?
Yes.
Go ahead,
Oh,
Clarence. Sure.
okay, Rick. Um, like I said, I'm not giving him oxygen. He's got his own channel. He can do what he want. You know what I mean? So I don't have standards by which, I don't have the standard by which I'm saying, well, because we fear this person, we're gonna not bring them on because we fear what they might say or they might get views or that's not the issue. They should.
Yes, but I'm sorry, let
Can
me
I
push
finish?
back because you're superimposing the term fear. Never once have I said that we fear that
I
man.
did not say
I
you
said,
did.
but sir, you keep using the word fear and no one
I'm
else
talking about
is.
me. Because
Right. But
okay, I'm
again,
talking about me.
right. But again, we are not discussing fear. We are discussing why on your positive platform you would bring such negativity. That's not fear. That's
Okay,
asking why a positive would bring a negative
let me ask you
into a
this.
positive space.
Let me ask you this. If you watch the news, they have crashes, they have people getting kidnapped and killed and assassinations. They have it on the news program, right?
Mhm.
Why? Why don't they just say, "Hey, we're just gonna report puppies and lilies," right? Well, they can't do that because they're out there trying to get information out to the people, and then you decide what's the best for you. I feel like my audience is smart enough to decide whether chaotic somebody like chaotic is right for them or not. I feel like they that intelligent, so I don't feel like I need to hide a person like that or just say, hey, I'm just going to talk about puppies. I'm just going to talk about, I don't, to me, I don't have anything now. If there's somebody that came on and said directly, hey, I'm going to do something to your audience, I'm going to commit some acts of violence or something like that. Now we're talking about a whole nother situation. But this brother just espousing his view, and it's important that we need to see that Black people, we have a lot of different, just because you see somebody in a Black, don't mean they're gonna they're gonna ride with you. You need to see this. You need to see that, hey, you gotta look in further into the person and see if they're going to actually be with you. So that's what we need to see this. And that's my opinion. I know everybody has their own opinion. I'm gonna let you go, Reek, but I know everybody has their opinion, but I'm just saying that's my version of it.
Okay, before you say something, Rico, let me just say this. It is not that I either agree or disagree with you, Brother Clarence. What I do on my platform is what I do on my platform.
I know I
I
love
rock
you
with you.
anyway. You can't do
Right.
nothing.
Exactly. But what I'm saying, what I want people to understand is, and I didn't want it to be just about, but that is what you did on your platform. But specifically, why it is that someone would bring someone like him to their platform, knowing what they speak to. I won't because my message is a specific thing to me, but you will. So if I want to be able to have that conversation, I can go to your platform
There
and
you
have
go.
that conversation
There
with
you
that
go.
person and it not affect what my people are getting. If they want to know in those things, they'll meet me over there. It's
There
my
you go.
responsibility to be able to divide the two just as it is other people's. But I just wanted to be able to address it because at the same time, people would ask me, why JP, if you say one thing, would you rock with Brother Clarence after he still allows so and so? Because the same way that after I left that other platform, Brother Rico stayed, you stayed, Darrell is still there. They're allies to me. You all are. I may never deal with that platform again. In fact, just butted heads with them the other day. But what I do understand um, is that we have to be able to leave a situation with the least amount of harm so that if necessary, when we have to come together, because we will at some point, we need to be able to do it in with grace, right? And if I hit too hard at someone or if I'm too disrespectful when I feel injured, that's going to cost us, the community, myself, my channel. the same thing. And so I just want people to be able to, I can agree or disagree with you, and I can push back at you in a way that may seem a little bit aggressive. I don't have to get extra loud. People can tell that I'm giving you some pushback with a little bit of tension in my voice, but there's a way to have these conversations and still leave in a situation, male or female, where we can be at least cordial to one another. And so that's what I wanted to just have people see and understand, that even though we may not agree on everything, the reason we can rock together is because we recognize that the goal is the same. I allow you to be you, you allow me to be me, but we come together where we can. That's ally over friendship. But go ahead, Rico. Sorry.
Okay, so let me give you guys my perspective. And I'm going to support Brother Clarence a little bit in the fact that in one breath, I agree with him that I think that some of these dissenting voices need to be heard. I would never bring them on because I don't have the tolerance for it. When someone is just wildly that provocative or just saying shit to be saying it. I find the young man, while I don't find him as a bad person because I don't know him, I do think he's a provocateur. I do think he's buffoonish. Just based on, and I almost pretty much said that when I was on the show with him.
Yeah, you did.
He strikes me, period. And I had seen him previously on King's show and whatever. So I was just like, but it's so many of these YouTube figures that are that. They're just loudmouths. They just, and I told him, I'm like, I don't even know how much of what you say you really believe, because it's hard for me to believe you believe it. It's so outlandish. But, they say them nonetheless. Again, I'm with you, JP, where I can't give these people a voice because my brain can barely tolerate it. But I also understand, I'm glad there are voices out there that do allow that do allow these people to show themselves for what they are. I think for me, I look at it like this. I come back to the YouTube. I'm like, YouTube is nothing but online daytime talk shows. A lot of these podcasts and everything else. So, and the greatest talk show host, that I've seen over the times in my years, like people will say, Oprah Winfrey, she had some terrible guests on, but these people were journalists. And that's the problem we're having with podcast hosts and some of these talk show hosts. They have no journalistic integrity. And journalistic integrity is where you push back, you research, you study. They know the guests that are coming on before, so they're ready and they're better prepared. I think too many of these, even content creators bring people on and they're not even prepared for the conversation. So that's why they just morph into all of this nonsense. We're addicted nowadays to the reality show. So we want to see all the shit, the Loves and Hip Hops and the Keeping Up with This and the Real Housewives of this. So
that's been my point. I said the same thing.
We're addicted to that. You got content creators, podcast hosts that are so poorly prepared to even talk to the people that they're talking to. You got people speaking from a perspective that they don't live in. Like, I would never go on a panel and speak for the LGBT community or the Black women community or the disabled community, because that's not my community. So you shouldn't even be asking me anything, because obviously I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. So they don't vet their guests. They don't, and it's not vetting your guests. It's not getting an echo chamber. It's having a serious, responsible conversation with serious and responsible people. And we have none of that going on today. Absolutely none. People are just trying to get the bag, get the numbers, get their subs, do the salaciousness, throw the shit up against the wall to see what sticks. Everything that's wrong, which bothers me and why I push back, because of the poison that's out there in the Black community. I think in the male community, because the misogyny has got on 10. Politics is politics. Politics has always been this shit. But if it's left in the realm of politics, I'm fine with that. You got the left, you got the right. This is basically that's settled with voting. Some of the stuff I see, people are taking this shit out to their homes. The big blow up was a week ago. this gentleman that killed his ex-wife and his baby mom. Everybody I heard talking about it had no fucking business talking about it because they're not qualified to talk about it. But
I was going to say the similar thing.
Everybody's throwing out these conjectures from their personal opinion, and they have no business talking about it. And no one says, we all need to shut the fuck up. Somebody killed 2 people, let the police and the courts deal with it, or whatever the case may be. But we create these narratives, it's pushed, it's put out there. I have my side on it, but I try to be thoughtful and to think before I speak on it. I really do. So my biggest thing, I would say, when you do bring on a controversial figure, if you choose to bring them on, that's absolutely, fine. I think that's well within. But at the end, I think where I go back to Oprah is at the end of her show, she would have her monologue where she stated what her views and beliefs were. So if she had the KKK or she had somebody totally crazy, she would make it clear to her audience, with facts, stats, data that would dispute all this shit. So you give them a voice, and you have to do that because that's where the hard-hitting journalism. But you say, look, these people are crazy because of this, and this. This thing that he said, while he has a right to say it, this is where I push back on it. So if you don't get to do it in the interview or the conversation, you make it clear. And then in that case, nobody will be saying, oh, Brother Clarence, you rock with him. Or Brother Clarence, you agree with it. Because sometimes when we don't speak up, as they say, silence is complicity. I know that's not your intent. I know I never took it that way. I was on the platform. But I'm saying, I'm hearing what they're saying. It's like, okay, going forward, bring them back on. Let me know. I'm ready to cam up again with his ass.
Yeah, he's coming back Tuesday. He'll be here tomorrow.
Right. However, have your position, especially if it's a counter position. If you're in agreement with it, then you ain't got nothing to say. And that's what not saying anything makes people think. People think, oh, well, you didn't say anything, so you must be okay with it.
See, it's difficult, and JP can tell you this as a content creator. You trying to moderate the chat, watch the screen. You trying to do all these different things.
Yeah.
So when I have panelists like yourself and Patricia, I can just let y'all ride. I let y'all run it. See, because I can be in the background, just kind of making sure the conversation is flowing and making sure it don't get too out of hand. But that's basically at that point when you got so many people on the panel. I can't take 10 minutes to try to go at everything, even though I got the knowledge and the information. I'm really letting the other people do it. Now,
do it at the end so that you can say, this is Brother Clarence. I don't care what Rico said. I don't care what Patrice said. I don't care what Chaotic said. This is Brother Clarence. So do it at the end. So I'm just trying to tell, and I would recommend this to all content creators. Clear your space. So it's like, if I throw some shit out there, look, I'm with Brother Rico on most things, but that was just kind of crazy. So I would just be keeping notes, like you said. And at the end, I'm going to hit all this shit because y'all not going to leave this stench on me. Right. That's what I'm saying for you.
I wasn't worried about
anybody else.
I appreciate that, Rick. I wasn't even worried about, I don't worry about what I know what I'm trying to do. And that's just try to, show people how to walk in the right direction, even in the face of stuff like that. Just try to show them walking the right direction. Now this time it's going to be a little different because he doesn't want to have a panel. He just wants it to be me and him, right? Okay, so I'll have a better chance to address the things that he's going to be saying directly. I didn't have that chance because I was trying to keep the ball moving around and around, let everybody else talk.
Okay.
Yeah, you can bring a panel on after he leaves.
Right. Exactly.
Rico, we gonna get divorced before we even get married on this platform. I can never get a word in on the. It say with JPAM, it's gonna have to say with JPAM and Rico or Rocco. I don't know who's gonna show up.
You know that's how it's gonna go. You know that's how it's gonna go.
JP's day.
That's
and
why
then
I was
this,
like,
you gotta like it. I'm not drinking.
I sit back and I listen. I'm patient. I listen.
I got some of the most mouthiest people on this panel right now. Sister Patrice, I know you. You know I love you. But I'm about to talk. Let's just for a second. This group right here, our set of peers, we can go in the speaking space. So one thing that I will say, and then I appreciate you coming up, Patrice. She didn't have to show me nothing. Patrice has come and seen me in person, and we have had drinks and a whole damn conversation. Right?
Right on.
Okay. She saw my man before anybody even knew who he was. Now,
Right on.
having said that, I think that one of the things that we as more mature content creators or people in the space need to do is just hit them with one or two points and maybe one story and then back off, because it's a lot to consume, and we're still talking about a small space in YouTube. Even though as a black space, we're still prominent in the black space, right? So we need to be mindful of how much we are out there, how much we are saying, how much we are being seen. And I will also say, again, we are being seen on different channels, whether we realize it or not. So if we say that we're going to be one way on the platform, on our own channel, or when we're talking to one person on a channel and then go to another channel and we do what feels like backbiting or talking about someone, in this space, in the social space moving forward, people aren't going to rock with you as a person or you a content creator. It's just the nature of the beast, so to speak. But go ahead, Patrice. Thank you for coming up.
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Patrice.
Grand Rising. How's everybody doing?
Good morning, Patrice.
Good. How are you?
Good morning.
You know, I didn't have any problem with, and I had heard some things about Brother Chaotic Truth, and
let's try to avoid the name. I'm sorry. I did the same thing with Darrell, so let me be consistent. I brought it up because Brother Clarence specifically had that gentleman, but the question is true regardless of the thing. Can you be responsible with your content using that person? So we can just, I don't want the brother over here, so I don't want to have to deal with this. You understand what I'm saying? I don't
just go by CT. You can just call him
CT. Something. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know what everybody's so scared of calling people names for.
I'm
57 years old. Look, like I'm 57. Like I really ain't. I ain't finna be sitting up here. I don't want to say no names.
This is the thing. This isn't about names. This is about, I don't want.
But y'all making it about names because you just said don't say the name.
Or are you just gonna keep trying to have your way about the thing?
Here's my point.
Just try to respect JP's rules, or
and that's exactly why I'm not.
Let me explain to you what it is about, since you are making your assumptions rather than hearing what I'm saying. Over here, I ask people on a regular basis to be responsible for their words and their actions. I will not have that man on my panel. So as a result, I'm not going to allow people to hit at him, because he can't come here to defend himself. And I'm not going down the rabbit hole of CT, and I wouldn't encourage my people to.
JP,
so if I stand on something,
I'm not hitting at him.
I'm not done.
I'm getting ready to make a statement.
I don't want his. You can make your statement about what you experienced without having to share his name. If you want to share his name, you can do that elsewhere. When Darrell came over here and shared his own story about what happened to him, I said, please do not use the names of the other people, because we don't need to have the toxicity or that level of insult over here. If you can't understand that, then if you do understand that, then I don't need to push back, period. Because we need to show better and do better. Why is that so hard?
JP, I just said I respect your platform, so
but you didn't
even
have. The first thing you did was come up here and be disrespectful about it.
How was I disrespectful? Said his name before I knew you didn't want his name said?
After I said it, you still continue to giggle, kiki, ha, ha, ha. Y'all got to understand that we are the example that we set.
Well, JP, I can giggle and kiki, ha, ha, and say I'm a grown woman. What's the problem with that? I still said I will respect your platform, though.
That was disrespectful, though. Damn.
What? I didn't hear you. What did you say?
Marcus had to tell you that was disrespectful.
The moment that I said it could have just been just to make sure, just so we can do nicknames. It's better just because I name dropped it.
I left it alone after I laughed and said that, and said I would respect your platform. So I don't understand why it's going on after that. I really don't.
Because the moment that you're not understanding. You've heard this whole conversation.
No, I do understand.
I said it.
Can we move past it? I haven't used it anymore. I haven't used it anymore, JP. Can I?
It's about the representation and the understanding.
I heard what you said. JP, I heard what you said.
Just a moment, JP. If we don't move beyond, we're stuck in this space, and that's where, like I said, it's a good conversation. It's an important conversation to discuss, and you stated your rules. Patrice agreed to abide by them respectfully. Like I say, it may have been a slip up, unintentional in the beginning, and she's not going to use the name moving forward. So can we at least, because now we all know not to use the names, because I wasn't even fully aware of it.
Me either.
I just didn't make
Me either.
What I'm trying to address is the behavior. You all are worried about the person who might be I'm speaking to in this moment. Pause, just give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to address the general behavior. Already stated more than once today and previously on this platform. Let's not do these things. When reiterated, I shouldn't have to have the pushback at all. Do you understand what I'm saying? I've never not stood on trying to not do this thing.
But we're not
giving the behavior.
Right. We're not
JP. I didn't know you said anything to that nature on any other platforms. I didn't know that.
Me either.
Nobody knew that, JP.
There's no pushback to it, and it's a good rule, JP. It's a good rule. There's no pushback. You just got to give us time to absorb what it is, because we all didn't know it right away. That's all we're saying. So if we make a mistake by coming in and, breaking the rules, like, well, I was just ignorant to the rule or to the severity of the seriousness of the rule. That's
I agree with that, but okay. Let me give it to you from my side. Okay. Mm-hmm. In this moment, it's an opportunity for me not only to address the thing, but why do I have this rule in place, right? But instead, I'm getting from the adults here all of this other stuff. There's a reason for it. Everything. There's a intentional is who I am, what I tell people to be about. So for me, it's just goddamn. Here I am in the moment, and I'm telling you, okay, you said that you're gonna do what, but still, I need you to stop. And in this moment, I need to be able to say, this is the behavior that we are witnessing that is inappropriate for this reason. Marcus was able to say that. You could hear it from him. I need you to hear it from the person who is running the platform, because they should be the one who is saying it in its period. You understand? It's not about picking at Patrice or the wound it's about using the moment in the moment for what it is. Yeah, but we get mad. We get like JP is coming at you. I'm trying to get you to stop and listen, but you won't, because let me make it a joke. Let me just have some fun with it. No, let's stop doing it and shine a light on it when we see it and then move on. But we have to actually deal with the communication positive, whatever it is, and get it right.
Okay, but we're acknowledging the error.
JP, we acknowledge it. I really don't understand where you're going now.
Right. We're acknowledging the very thing you're saying.
Never mind. Because it's you all. It's not about just you. Right now, there have been 234 playbacks, 22 consecutive viewers, concurrent viewers. That means that what I need to do is, when we're in the moment, address the whole. Do you understand?
Yes, but can you do it in a manner where you don't come off as so hostile, because we're saying we were ignorant to it, and give us credit for the fact that we were ignorant.
I attempted that.
You came a little hot. That's all I'm speaking to. That's all I'm speaking to. Not to the content, just to the tenor and the tone of getting your message across. I got it. I get it. We get it. It was a mistake. We get it. I'm saying we're not being dismissive of what you're saying. I'm saying I fully understand what you're saying. And I don't like to say their names, because I don't want to give these people voice or likes or support. So I'm with OG Patrice. I ain't scared of them. I can care less. Same way I won't go watch their content, because I don't want to seem supportive of it. So I like the rule, because don't be supportive of mentioning the names. I get that. All I'm saying is, now that you state your reason, we get it. And we just got to be able to say, okay, we acknowledged it. We made a mistake. You can explain why you have the rule, why it's for your community, for your citizens. And then can we continue on with the conversation that's needed, because we're losing that. That's lost in 20 minutes.
That's part. That no, and actually, we've had the same number. That's part of the conversation. Do you understand? Like having, it's all part of it. I know that you all wanted to swing a certain way. You want to be able to move on from it. I gotta go soon. Yes, we can move forward, Brother Clarence. But that's what I'm saying. Is showing how that we have to have that part of the conversation too, and how to resolve it. It can't just be, well, I know I hit you. I apologize. Like you have to understand. We have to acknowledge and understand that moving forward, doing better behavior. But anyway, never mind. Marcus and then Darrell and
I don't think Patrice was.
I need a break.
I don't think Patrice even spoke.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over to Patrice. Darrell, can you?
Yes, ma'am. I got you. Go ahead. Marcus,
So-
you buzzing. You buzzing a little bit, my brother.
Yeah, let me mute myself real quick.
What's going on here, guys? How you doing, OG Patrice, Rico, Brother Clarence?
Peace to you, brother.
Darrell, how are you?
You know, I'm having a magnificent morning, as a matter of fact. I'm having a magnificent morning, right? Things that should have been brought out are finally being talked about. People who should be exposed are finally being exposed. I understand that, the squabble that happened just happened because of CT, et cetera, et cetera. But this is why, in my opinion, this is part of the reason why the Black community gets set behind, right? Because we focus so much time on people who are clearly against us. If it came down to writing laws, if it came down to doing different things that can affect us, these people have done nothing. If they haven't done anything else, they've proven to be against us. Yeah, I got a 4-hour video of CT singing to white women, calling Black people the N-word. I have that video now. I'd be more than happy to share it. I told Brother Clarence, I had the video of him talking about Harriet Tubman. How could we believe a 5'3" short, Black, chubby woman could save anybody? But we give these people platforms. And then they will say, well, you talked about somebody's wife. I said somebody's wife was unattractive. People say that all the time about people. And they equate that to saying that Harriet Tubman was a short, fat Black woman and the N-word with the hard ER, with the intentions, that the same intentions that a racist person would say with. It wasn't like me saying, like, what's good, Brother Rico, my N-word, what's good, my homie? We say that all the time where I'm from, right? The older OGs can make semantics all they want, but what was the intentions behind the statement? When you talk about Harriet Tubman, historical facts. Harvard covered her entire case. Actually, her house in Auburn, New York, is still being upheld by the state of New York and Harvard University. And all of those data, bro, come on, the facts are there. But whether it's Bro Clarence or somebody else, this man finds himself on YouTube to talk about shit again and again and again and again and again and again and again. And on top of that, when he's confronted, because this thing I don't like. When I got to Brother Clarence page, I never lied to Brother Clarence. Did you say A, B, C, and D? Yes, sir, I did. We listen to people who will lie directly to our face and then have another conversation with them. And how are these conversations progressive? How are these conversations moving the needle forward? I hear a lot of, well, we got to have negative conversations. Yeah, we're going to have negative conversations with truth tellers. Tell the truth about what's been going on. If you can't tell the truth, how can we have a negative conversation, but it's supposed to have a positive impact? If you're going to lie about everything that you did, everything you said. That's ridiculous. To have OG Patrice on the platform and tell OG Patrice, I'm happy to see Black people dying off. That's crazy. These are the people that we are allowing. We have a Black person who told a Black woman, a fucking member of the American descendants of slavery, I'm happy to see Black people get knocked off. these are the people that we are giving listening to. I don't know if it's for entertainment. I know Brother Clarence don't need views.
No.
So why are we doing it? That was a problem that I had. Also,
you gonna let me respond, brother?
May I get my turn to speak?
Of course,
yeah. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I was gonna say Patrice was gonna go.
Because that's the very reason why I got on the panel to address that very statement. And Brother Rico was on the panel with me on Clarence's channel when not only did he just address it to me and Rico, he addressed our whole generation of people and said that he would actually be happy when our generation die off. That was a blatant disrespect. And me personally, don't ever want to sit on a platform anywhere he is, support anything he ever does, because to me, not only did he disrespect me and Rico, he disrespected all the other older 50 and older generation of people that are in these spaces to bring a positive message and teachable moments to our younger generation. So to me, not only did he offend me, he offended Rico, he offended JP, he defended you, Bro Krantz, and it was on your platform. He defended, he disrespected JT, Uncle Stu, Unsolicited Boss, Kosher Cognition, all of us who are elders. He did that on your platform, and for me, that was the blatant disrespect right there, where I was done with that young man. And I said that not because he pushed back on every viewpoint that me and Rico had, but he disrespected our whole generation. And when things like that are allowed, this is a person I don't want to have a conversation with anymore. This is a person that I don't want to sit on a platform with anymore, because you can't get through to people like that. You can't try to be an example for anyone like that. I can't tell anybody else what to do with their platform, but me personally, if I had one, he could never sit on it. Not talking like that against my people and a whole generation of people. So that was the hypocrisy for me that set the tone, that said, I don't need to ever have another conversation with him in life, and I'll be good, because that was a blatant disrespect to our whole generation of people.
I would agree. And older men, like, you know, Martin Luther King and people like that, I have older Alpha Phi Alphas. I have
Hold on, Darrell. Let me give Patrice some pushback. You were on another platform where someone has spoken directly against the image of black men. BAN. I did it to emasculate him, but it's an image of black men out there.
Who did you say, JP?
You were on another content creators panel who is known to have said or called a black man BAN.
Who?
But on the block with Jen. I'll give it to you. I don't have a problem with that. You were on the block with Jen's platform.
That called the black man what?
A bitch ass nigga.
Okay.
Can you add full context, JP?
I can add to that context, because I was there. She was it was the lead attorney. It was John on the block, and it was Donovan Sharp. I remember she called Donovan Sharp that, and I remember Donovan Sharp was trying to be as respectful as possible, but then later Jen on the block, she blew up, and then TLA was trying to calm it down. Then the following StreamYard, TLA was trying to hold her accountable. Hey, just like he held Donovan Sharp accountable. And he had asked, TLA had asked Jen on the block, he said, "Are you going to at least apologize for saying that word and stuff?" And then I guess Jen on the block had gotten negative comments from people saying, "Oh, how dare you use the N-word, you're not even black," etc., so on and so forth. So I think that's what the context, correct me if I'm wrong, JP, is that's what you're trying to say.
Yes.
Well, Donovan Sharp wasn't being respectful to her at all, so that was out of context.
Is that the
okay? Well, let me respond, because that day when that incident happened, I didn't witness that, so I didn't know. So when I got on, we're hearing it through the YouTube. When I was hearing it through the YouTube streets, and I asked Jen about what had went down, and knowing that Jen's history and the fact that she subscribes to being a person of color and saying that her father was as dark as he, and she grew up in a neighborhood and a community in New York where that was acceptable and accountable, which I know it is in a lot of melting pots in America where Hispanics of a Latino community or African Latino use that word profusely. I grew up with some myself in Chicago. And I asked the question, and she said, we used it all the time. Do I think Jen's a racist? No, I don't. I think she used the word in the content of how Jonathan allegedly was coming at her and jabbing instead of jabbing at her. And she said, nigga, please. So when she said that in the content and explained the situation, the way that it happened and how that she is Afro-Latina and that her father's skin is dark as mine, and that she grew up in a social construct in New York City using that word all the time. I could relate to that because I grew up around those same people in Chicago doing the same very thing. And I personally don't think she's racist.
Okay. Well, just to end it though on that conversation, they both did apologize to each other for that.
They did. Now, here is why I bring it up. We're talking about accountability and responsibility as content creators, also as people who go on panels in this way, right? So we were just talking about Brother Clarence having this young man and those things, and you wouldn't bring him on your own panel, wouldn't be on his. Knowing that it's equivocation just the same. We say that the music and the words and the things are the poison and the toxicity. Maybe what she says is true, that it was how she was brought up, that was the environment that she was in. But when do we start to say we gotta do better and move different? We gotta do different and actually move different and require those around us to move different. We are a Black community talking about doing different. Shouldn't we start to
give me a few minutes?
Some of this out. Go ahead, brother. Please.
Well,
Do you understand?
I think her apology was. I think the apology from her was, and I think the fact that people look like us still use the very word too. Are we holding them accountable every time we use it against each other, or it's being used against each other, or are we just going to pick and choose?
Patrice and JP, can I interject just for one moment? And I'll say this, like with Marcus, I saw those previous streams on the TLA. I saw her interaction with Tariq Nasheed. I saw the interaction with Donovan Sharp. I've seen most of her interactions around this incident. Some of it was clearly a year ago. It initiated a year ago with the statement about why do Black people feel like they let people pick at their skin like it's a scab. That's where it initiated over a year ago. And that was where the controversy between her and Tariq Nasheed, because he was trolling her. I will readily admit.
And also to add context, when you grow up with a Black father, and I've seen Jen's father, and then people tell you you're not Black, and your uncles are Black, African American, of course, I would have the same problem.
Okay, look, I'm listening. No, because I want you to understand. Just give me a second. This is why I don't want to use real shit that's happening right now. My point in all of this is we want people to move different as a community, but we aren't. We're equivocating. We're defending the things. I actually believe that on most things, Jen and I would agree. Jen and I will defend our stances on our people, on our things to the death. But what I'm saying is, if we're talking about getting the Black community to be more positive, to do different so that we can get different results and put ourselves in a different place, then the equivocating has to stop. The responsibility and ownership has to come back to us. And we have to push ourselves to do different. I don't use the N word over here. Today would be the first time unless it slipped out. But that's my goal. This whole year that I've been up here, however long it is because next year I'm trying not to mess with anybody's salacious content but my own. Whatever I did in this last year, I'm going to use that along with some other things because that was my growing year as a YouTuber. That was my ego trying to understand what it is that I'm trying to do. But I'm not a YouTuber, nor am I a content creator. I am trying to start change for our people, but it starts with doing different. So that is why I am pushing and asking and saying, I don't want to, it's not about her. It's not about them. It's not about any of the others. It's about doing different. How do we get, if you're going to go on that platform, how do I ask you to do it in a way that you stand 10 toes down on, we're going to do different?
Well, if I can finish what I was going to say, and I was going to be clear about it. I have no problem with the lady, but I'm also not forgiving of the statement that she said or even the cleanup of it at all. Full stop. And I know that I'm also, very good friends with people who support her. So in no way do I sit there and think because of my position that other people should take the same position that I got. I would never in a million years expect that. And I think that that would be a little unfair. And that's where I would push back on you a little bit, JP, that yes, I may have the same position that you have, but I will not demand that some other people take that position with her, CT, Lapeef, or any other content providers. My position is strictly mine. It is unfair for me to project that. And I have my position based in my truth, my evidence, my reality. So even with her use of the word, I find it ironic. It's and I know a lot of Puerto Ricans and Dominicans and Latino people that they black when they want to be, they ain't when they don't. I mean, just full stop. So you're not going to miss me with that I'm black today, but not tomorrow BS, because I know how they conveniently use it. If in fact her father was black, then he can use the word. But it's just not transferable just to say that all the time if you don't have a black lived experience. I don't know what her lived experience is. I really don't. But to me, she's not black presenting. And I know maybe in her, blocks of New York, they allow it. But clearly, we know that it's not going to be allowed all over the country of America. We know there are lots of places where they're not going to play that shit, whether you're down in the South or anywhere else. Some places they will. In the urban areas, in the country areas, it's not acceptable. The only issue I have with it was for me to forgive her for that. Then I didn't understand why I saw her on Lauren and Lucky's show take umbrage because CT used the B word. So if you can be so offended because a man who shouldn't have used the B word stepped out of pocket, threw a grenade in the room, and immediately apologized, and then led to that conflict, then why can't you understand some black people in the black community taking offense to you using the N word? So my premise is this, right, Patrice? If I use the B word at JP because I'm beefing with her, she done trolled me, and you pull me to the side later and you like, Rico, I didn't appreciate you calling her that. I need to give a full-throated apology if I cared about you and the community of women. I don't have to apologize to JP because maybe I still feel that way about her. But I would just make the apology and it would be full-throated and authentic because I respect that community. Now, if I don't care nothing about women, I ain't apologizing. Fuck that. I said it and I meant it.
I want to say this too real quick, Rico.
But if I do, I would apologize just because as like Daryl did before when people kept asking him, you apologize to black women. He did. But I don't think his apology was meant to the person that he went at, nor should he have. That's all I'm getting at. I'm like, we got it. So what JP said, we got to be authentic about how we attack these issues. Then we need to be fully with it. But I don't expect anybody to take my position. That's my position. Each and every last one. It's 6 individuals up here. All 6 of us can feel differently about the same thing. And I think that's perfectly fine. And we still can be able to come together, communicate, break bread, talk, and whatever. I ain't going to change my position. JP don't change yours. Clarence don't change yours. Patrice don't change yours. It's that simple.
When it comes to that word too, Rico, when it comes to the younger homies, I tried to use this example before when this conversation came up about the N word, but
but you can't get offended about the B word then either.
What, tomorrow, the BITCH word?
Yeah.
I never have.
I know,
right?
but I've seen the people use the N word, but then get upset because somebody used the B word. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I mean, come on. That's all I'm saying. It's not.
I never defended that either. To me,
you can't get upset about the B word.
And Jen is more than capable of defending herself. To me, it's with the young people. So I want to talk about, because when the OGs say don't use the word, the NIGGA word, and hip hop, listen. It's the same way with the streets. Y'all not pulling these people away from certain things because these people have bills. These people and these different avenues are getting people paid, including CT. When he come up here and act like a fool on YouTube and get people views, it get them paid. This is about profit and revenue. This is not about changing that's why I asked Bro Clarence, what did this actually do for anybody? What clarity did it bring for anybody? If we don't have a man being genuine and honest, how can it bring clarity in the first place? So
am I ever gonna get a chance to respond to you, Brother D?
No, yeah. Because I'm just saying, like, we can't say don't do this when it's putting food and diapers in these young brothers' homes. That's a fact. That's a fact. And until we create a revenue through this ideology of being whatever you want to call it, they're gonna continue to rock with what feed them. As the homies say, crime pays.
Right. Okay, so
I'll go after Clarence, Brother Clarence.
Appreciate you, Brother Marcus. I hear what you're saying, Brother D, not throwing your concerns out, but just because I have somebody on the platform that you in particular don't agree with, or JP don't in particular, or Rico don't in particular, or Patrice don't particularly agree with, doesn't mean that I agree with their stance on everything. It just means in my opinion, I want to shed a light on not only just all good and just puppies and daffodils, but we got people in our ranks that we need to ferret out. We got people in our ranks. We walking with these people, and just because they got the same skin color as us, we saying we all on the same team. We're not on the same team, and we need to see how these people move so we can see what's going on, and so these younger people can see all of your skin folk ain't kinfolk, and you got to be able to recognize this situation. And just because the person have a different point of view, you ain't got to get upset with them, but to take the meat off the bone, leave the bone, and if you don't mess with them, don't mess with them. Because I'm a man. I'm gonna go where I want, when I want. Ain't nobody gonna put no guilt trip on me and say, you can't go here, Brother Clarence. You can't step in China because you wasn't born there. So you have no reason to be there. I'm the Asiatic black man. I can go anywhere I want on this planet.
I wasn't saying that. I just wonder what clarity did it bring to the black community.
I'm just making it clear, brother. I know you didn't say that. None of you guys did.
Yeah.
I'm just making it clear my position. I understand where you coming from. I'm just trying to say I don't throw away what you're saying. But what I'm saying is what's more important to me is to show our people the full totality of all of the people that's in our ranks. We got a lot of agents, provocateurs. We got other. I'm not saying he is. Well, I don't know yet. I haven't sat down and talked to him. I really didn't get to address him because I was letting Rico and Patrice light him up, which they were. I didn't really get a chance to address any of the stuff he was saying. And I will ask him about the Harriet Tubman statement and everything like that. So I didn't personally get to address it because Daryl, when you running a live stream, you're doing 5 or 10 different things at the same time. You don't necessarily have the time to hear every word every person on the panel is saying, right? So I didn't hear every specific word that he said. So now when he comes back, he wants to talk just to me. And so, okay, now we can debate, we can talk, and I can address a lot of the stuff that he was saying. But like I said, I don't think we should be a monolith where, that's one of the issues I had with the mothership. It was just all, hey, Anton, you're great. Okay, Anton, you're great. Anton, you're great. Anton, everybody comes up and says, Anton, you're great. There's nobody with no opposing views, and anybody with opposing views get pushed right out of there. Like they pretty much pushed me out of there yesterday.
I'm glad you posted that because I've been waiting. And that's my ultimate point because, truth be told, Brother Clarence, I understand what you said, but you still haven't told me the clarity that you got for that interview for our people. Which
interview? The one with
the one with CT. It didn't have any clarity.
No. It wasn't about clarity, brother. It was about, we started off trying to clear up the issue we had on Courtney's channel. It got derailed when he started making statements about the Black community. That's when Rico and Patrice came in, and so that's where it went from there. Okay. We never actually finished the interview, which was the actual start of the broadcast. We were talking about that them kicking him off of that platform and him getting kicked off of many platforms, right? That was the point I was going to. I was trying to get him to explain in his position, in his perspective, why he was getting kicked off all these platforms. But we never got to that because he made some inflammatory comments about the Black community, and Rico and Patrice was like pit bulls on him. So I couldn't pull him off. So that's the way the conversation was going. So I just let it go that way.
Can I address that really quick? That is true. Is it possible that the reason why he made the inflammatory comments was because he didn't want to be held accountable, and he knew that a panel situation would then have those people do that?
Thank you.
Yeah. I can't speak for him.
Hello.
It's possible. I can't speak for him. Only thing I can say is if we hear something, and just like Rico and Patrice did, if you hear something, you push back on it.
But bro, Clarence, I had to push back. You had the opportunity for me to show you proof and hold him accountable, and you denied it, and you allowed him to lie.
When did I deny anything that you?
I said I can come up and show you the video right now of him using the N-word. I can play it again right now.
But brother dear, I'm not gonna have somebody on my platform, and then you say I'm gonna show you a video right now while I'm doing a live stream with somebody on the platform. I'm not gonna do something like that. Brother.
Then why are we talking about accountability then?
Only thing I'm talking about is what I'm doing. I'm not talking about accountability or anything like that. I'm talking about what I'm doing. And just because if you come up and say, I'm going to show you a video about CT, and then another person comes up and say, I'm going to show you a video about ZT, I'm going to be sitting around watching all these videos about CT while I'm trying to do a live stream. I can't do that.
That's not true. I think you're being disingenuous. I can play a video right now. And we can have a conversation at the same time, and we can prove it right now.
But we don't have a guest on here who we specifically asked to come over here. We don't have a specific guest. Now, if you had a specific guest coming over here and you said to the guest, hey, look, we ain't trying to jump on you. We just going to ask you questions. Okay. Then you jump on a guy. Then now I'm being disingenuous to my word to that person.
No,
I didn't I brought them here to expose them to our community so we can see there are people like this in our ranks, and you need to figure out where you stand with them. That's why I brought them out there.
I wouldn't say you posting a clip of what this man has actually said in public spaces and asking him to explain himself, jumping him. This is what I'm saying. We've allowed our men to be.
Daryl, you got a platform. If you want, you can show the video. You can do a live stream and show the video yourself and invite him over. That's on your platform. You can do that. Nobody's gonna force me on my platform to operate the way they want to operate. I'm going to do what I want to do on my platform. I'm 53 years old. I got sons older than you.
I was never trying to force you to do anything, Brother Clarence. You said the goal for that live stream was so you can show people.
Disingenuous, brother.
And I still believe you are, because
that as an insult. So
that's okay. I'm just saying that you said you brought him up so you can show people in our community, the people that's not skin folk, and all that other different stuff. But yet, I asked you again, to what point of your live stream did you actually do that?
But Derek, can I?
The whole live stream was there.
Hold on.
The whole live stream.
Okay.
Man, it's quick because it seemed a little bit to keep it from getting derailed. Wouldn't it be better if you did a live stream and brought and like I said, present these questions to Brother Clarence and my sister, rather than I get his point. I don't think when CT was on that was the appropriate time, but I get your point. If you feel like that the interview was lacking, you have a right to challenge that, bring them video, and put him and I to task and say, hey, y'all got to do better than this.
Yeah,
That's
bring us
what I'm
on the
saying.
live stream.
And I'm with that.
Let's talk
And
about it
you
on your
can-
platform.
And Clarence, you should have to show up, and even I should have to show up
Hey,
and say,
I'm down.
why are you guys giving this clown a voice? I get that. I get 100. I know you got the fucking receipts. I know
Hey.
you got them, Daryl.
Of
You ain't
course,
gonna
I
say
can
nothing
play it
without the
now.
receipt.
JP's seen it. Everybody saw it.
Right, but I'm just saying is it'll be
I haven't.
full-throated
I need
that
to.
way. Then I don't know if Brother Clarence was prepared to do to CT what you wanted him to do, or what probably needed to be done. I wasn't fully prepared for it. I just heard him talking out the side of his neck a lot of shit about black folk that just got my ass up on my back. But I wasn't fully prepared as if I had time to. Now that I know, and you tell me, okay, I'm be ready for his ass. That's why I talked about the journalistic integrity.
You see it, JP.
Day of Lord, where people sat there and prepared to bring people up, and you can really put that. So you got the receipts. So you ready. But he ain't gonna talk to you just like Anton was gonna talk to you.
Exactly. They gonna lie. They gonna say whatever.
Right. You're gonna put that file there, but
make them tell the truth.
We don't have the receipts.
Only thing you can do is bring them on the live stream. Just even if you bring them on the live stream on your place, you think you're gonna tell the truth over there?
They ain't coming.
I saw him tell you. He told us, all of us, to our face, I never heard a deal. We saw the 4-hour video that he made, right? But this is what.
That's why you don't have to listen to me.
This is my
I have
point,
facts.
Rico.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so now you
Can we share my page?
Let me pause.
Can I go now? Can I? I haven't gone.
Let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick, please. I'm sorry, JP, but I apologize. Let me say this real quick. That's why we have to be able to show these kind of people and show how there's different ways to address them. You can't just hide them somewhere and just say, well, we just not going to talk to him because he got opposing views, or he said this or he said that. No, we got to bring them out and show them so they can show their colors, and then we can show these young people, okay, this is how you address people like this. You don't have to be mob them and say, oh, I'm going to go to your city and all that. You don't have to do all that. You can just say, hey, this
Never
person
said
is
that
talking
in your
crazy.
chat. Just ask that you prove that you show receipts. Like if we was in court, just show the jury and allow the person to speak on what he said.
That's what we saying, brother. You got the receipts. We need to go to your platform and let's do it. That wasn't the appropriate time for me because I already gave him my word. We wasn't going to jump him.
Jump. Okay. We've stated several times, everyone has their own platform, the ability to do whatever it is that they please on their platform. Over here, the question was asked, the last thing that I asked was, is equivocation a problem in the Black community based on the allowance of a person to say the N word, but then be mad when someone says the B word? Bringing it back to that, I want to pause, put a pin right there for a second so that I can address what's happening right here, though. You all do have the opportunity to do that. Now that you know that there are videos out there, Brother Clarence, I do have one question. If you've known or know that there are videos out there or could potentially be of this man doing these things and he's on tomorrow, how is it I heard you say, I need to go watch those videos, not I've watched those videos?
Because I haven't watched them. I mean, I got a life outside of this. I mean, I'm doing other things,
I understand that, but if you're going to interview someone, why wouldn't you bring them on? Why wouldn't you research their content or something about them before you bring them onto the panel?
JP,
that's different from that's different from a call up like Marcus. I'm talking about as an interviewer. If you're bringing someone on to talk to them or get to know them better, why haven't you done some backup research into their content, their panel, something?
I have. I mean, I've been on his panels before, so I understand. I mean, but I can't research every video he's on, every panel he's been on. I don't know. He may have been on many other panels and said many other different things. I can't spend the rest of my life doing that. I got a life outside of this, so I can only research so far. I've been on the panel. I heard him talk. I disagree with him just about 99% of what he said. But I thought the guy needed to be pulled out so that we could see, hey, how do we get Black people that actually think like this? How does that process work? So we can bring the guy on so we can see, is there something in this process that created this man that we can jump in there and stop it? See, that's what I'm bringing out. I ain't just out here to say, oh, I'm just gonna weaponize against everybody who don't espouse what I espouse. I didn't know he said any of this stuff, and even if I did, I mean, how many black people saying the N-word? How many black people are saying that? I mean, you got and Jen is saying the N-word like she say all the time, right? But we ain't mad at her, but we mad at him. I don't care if it's an E-R, an A, H, or whatever you put on the back of it.
Yeah, some of us are. Not
what
everybody.
difference does it make? But I'm saying, defending that, saying, okay, well, he said this with the hard ER. Like it's a difference between the hard ER and the HA and the A or whatever. It don't matter. The word shouldn't even be used at all. But it's like a foxhole is being made for somebody to do this. If you rock with me, I'm gonna make this foxhole for you so you could do this thing that I'm going at this other person for not. I mean, to me, it don't make no sense. I'm gonna do whatever. I'm gonna bring whoever I bring. I'll bring Daryl Long up. I'll bring Rico, JP, whoever. And if people ain't gonna rock with me because I do that, then that's on them. I'm not afraid of nobody. I'm rolling with God. I'm not afraid of nobody, not even somebody like him or somebody like whoever. If they got something to say that I feel like we can get something out of it, which, like I said, to bringing the other brother on, we could get out of it. Hey, how did he get to this point? Because most black people don't think like this. So how did he get to that point? And maybe we could say, this is what happened. Now we need to fix it.
Can I ask this question though? Couldn't you educate people to this type of thinking and mentality by using a reaction instead of bringing this toxicity directly into the community?
That's my point, JP. How can you examine something that's not being honest when we have actual proof, exhibit A, B, and C you could have used to prove your exact point, but you refuse to not do that?
I got proof on everybody. I got proof on everybody. I got proof on everybody. I got proof that Jen says the N-word. I got proof. Come on. That's just the way I do it, man. I just roll with whatever, and then I'll let you logically set up your argument, and then we'll go to bat with that. If your logic can defeat mine, then I have to submit. But I don't believe that about him. But that's why I'm bringing him on, so that we can see, how does somebody get like that? How does somebody black get to that mentality? Don't you guys think that's important? So we can find that out? But how will we find that out? If they're hidden in our ranks, how are we gonna find that kind of stuff out? If we too scared to ask them the question and bring them forward and make them come to the front of the line, how are we gonna?
It's not that we scared. We would like the truth. If you're not gonna get the truth, what's the point of having the conversation?
Okay.
But you gotta have the discernment to discern the truth. You ain't gonna get the truth from everybody. Just like a detective, they wasn't there at the scene of the crime, but they got the DNA, they got everything else to add it up to say you must be the person that did this. This is what happened. I'm not I don't have no crystal ball. There's nothing I can do to make this person tell the truth. None of them. If they're gonna be a man and stand up and tell the truth, they're gonna be a man and stand up. If they're not, they're not.
I still think it's crazy. We're trying to equate, what Jen did to what Chaotic did. It's crazy to me.
So here's we're gonna do this. Let's just shift to
another
question that'll. Well,
me too.
I think we may believe that. So let's do this. I'm going to ask this question, and then Marcus, I'm going to let you start by addressing what you've heard, and then answer the question for me, please. And then we're going to go Rico, Darrell, Brother Clarence after that. But the question is, how can we be more discerning? If we're talking about the equivocation, and it's been a problem, and responsibility on creators and viewers, how can we be more discerning? But Marcus, address what you've heard so far and then answer the question, please. Thank you all, gentlemen.
Well, I see everyone's point here. I understand where Brother Clarence is coming from, and I understand where Daryl's coming from. And as far as anybody else in the panel, anybody listening, there's one way of looking at it as basically exposing the wolf in a sheep's clothing. And then there's Daryl's point of view where, well, what's the point of having someone on if they're going to be more fugazi about it, filtered about it, and not be upfront and accountable? So I understand both points of view. It comes to the person who is in control of their own panel. If that's how they want to do it, then people got to understand and respect it. Just like earlier today when what happened earlier with Patrice, understand and respect it. And I also understand where people were like when we left out of the loop earlier. It comes down to what you're willing to do, how you're willing to do it, and you can't really control how certain people will take it for face value. So I think it's more important to listen on both sides. Now, if you understand that you have the receipts, you have the proof, and the person is lying, then let them hang themselves. Yeah, that's about it. And as far as the question, I really, it's tough. It's tough for me to answer that right now. I can't really answer that, JP, respectfully.
Is it my turn to go next, or is it Rico? Yeah. So for me, I would like the discernment to happen the same way that people did when I called Anton wife ugly. A direct discernment. We don't have to wait. I didn't see it. That's the same thing. I remember JP. I kept telling you, everybody saw my disrespect, but they didn't see Anton say that he was going to destroy my family. Well, we didn't see any of these videos, so you only saw my response, and it wasn't just. It was I got that all over the internet for 6-7 months. That was the problem that I had with Chef. Oh, I didn't like that. But Chef, did you see the video of him talking about my wife and kids? I mean, sorry, my baby mama and kids. No, I didn't see that. So you ain't see nothing that came, but you mad that I reacted. Well, do you want to see it? I have the proof right here. Clicks away. But nobody want to listen to it. I never tried to tell nobody what to do on a platform. Period. I said, hey, I'm here. I have more to add to the conversation. If we're here, I'm watching OG Patrice and Rico go back and forth about basically defending black people. Let me provide more context to the conversation. We don't have to listen to somebody lie. Let's listen to what's already on camera, to what he said to other people. And just like they did with me, nobody would have never had the ammunition to hold me accountable against Anton wife unless they saw videos of me doing it. So when I'm trying to put videos of Chaotic doing what he was doing, we can't do that. We got to do that for a different show. But this show is supposed to be holding him accountable. This show is about him being aired out. How the fuck do you do that without providing actual
I never said that. I never said that on my
context?
podcast. I never said that we was airing him out on my broadcast. So
that's my
terminology.
Words in my mouth,
Accountability.
accountability.
But you brought him up there. I wasn't there. I wasn't there to hold him accountable. I was there he was there to explain why he was getting kicked off of different platforms.
And then
now
you're
making it like
and then he said what he said, and the conversation derailed, and you allowed it to derail, and that became the conversation.
Wait a minute, what?
When OG Patrice and Rico, they wasn't talking about Courtney Michelle. They was talking about the black community for hours. You allowed that conversation to happen. Exactly. So when I came into there to add to that conversation, I want to talk about Courtney Michelle shit right now. You allow a different conversation to ensue. I added context to that conversation. Am I right or wrong?
I mean, I guess so. I'm not sure at what particular point you're talking about, but
I just told you a point. The point to which the conversation shifted from Courtney Michelle's show to OG, Patrice, and Rico. OG, Patrice, and Rico was not talking about Courtney Michelle's show. They was talking about the inflammatory statements. The conversation shifted. So I brought context to that conversation.
In what form? What do you mean you brought context to it? We were all talking about that at that point. So what?
In the form of a video of him actually saying what he said, not coming on your show, not telling the truth. That's the context.
Okay,
and I'd be more than happy to play it now.
I already told you that wasn't the point of that conversation wasn't even the purpose of him being there. And I had already told him. I got a relationship with Daryl Long. And that I'm not going to let that. We're not bringing you on to jump all on you. I had already told him that. So to me, to let that go into that wasn't that to me. I already gave the man my word. That's the only reason why he even came on the program. He knows I have a relationship with you, so that's why that's the only reason why he came on the program.
How could it be?
Because I told him we wasn't going to do that.
Hold on, JP. I got. How can it be malicious to show this man his own words and ask him to explain his own words? How in any way informed? That's malicious.
I'm not saying it's malicious. That wasn't the purpose of the broadcast. I had already told him up front. Like I said, if you want to have me and you and Rico and him on there and you want to go at it and then you want to question me and question Rico, question him, fine, let's do it. I'm with it. Ain't no problem. Shit, I was one of your first 4 subscribers when you got your channel. So
this is never against you, brother Clarence. This is me just simply saying.
No. I still love you, brother Daryl, but you going in, so I'm going in. I love you, man, but I'm just telling you, that wasn't the purpose of the situation, brother. I wasn't there trying to have him address stuff he had done that was way outrageous. That wasn't the point. Maybe I'll get to address it this time because I didn't have a chance to really personally address him myself. I'm definitely going to ask him what he said about Harriet Tubman and in that situation, because I couldn't address it at the time because I was trying to make sure that and Rico and Patrice was doing such a good job on him. I just kept the ball moving, man. So now I'll personally have a chance to address. You know, when you're doing a live stream, it's hard to hear every word every person on the panel is saying, every word person in the chat is putting in. You can't keep track of every word of everything. So sometimes you're gonna miss something because you're doing something when they're talking or whatever, right? I was in that situation at that time, and that was a heated show. It was a heated debate. I had to make sure everything didn't get out of line, right? I even had to tell Rico, you can't say somebody's effing crazy, right? So
he was fucking crazy.
You got to monitor.
Hey JP, can you put that up for me, please?
Tell me why first.
It adds context to what I'm saying.
She don't want to.
I'm just saying, whenever I make an argument, because I'm like, I do stuff like in college. Whenever I make an argument, I bring in stuff to prove what I'm saying.
Okay, I understand that. I really do. But just let me just do this first, and then yeah, I'll bring it up.
Thank you.
Me and probably a third of the people who are watching this could really care the F less if everybody were more responsible with the shit that they put out. This wouldn't be a damn conversation at all. If we were more accountable for our actions before we came into this space, as we move in this space, and as we plan to go forward in this space, we wouldn't have to have these conversations. My platform wouldn't have to damn exist, and I could go on with building my people up to be better goddamn people. But I'm disappointed at what I am watching right here while I continue to provide positivity and solutions. All I am getting is back to the same bullshit. So fine. For the 27 people watching, everybody in the chat, everybody on the panel, no problem. We'll keep going this way. But understand, I will always push for you to be better, more accountable, different, damn better, different. Do different than the ones who put us here, put us in this situation. Do different than the offensive capitalism and disrespectful oppression that you've always seen. It starts with you. Everybody, me included. I don't hold myself less accountable. I'm just sick of damn stinging and not willing to stand up and die on this goddamn hill because there's nothing else you can take from me.
Oh, we love you. We love you, JP. We're grateful for the panel. We're grateful for our opportunity to be on here. So just thank you so much. And I thank everybody here while I'm still here with you guys and talking to you. So I appreciate everyone's message and input. So just wanted to say that.
You know I love her.
And by the way, I will say this. Right before we go on this, I feel hurt because I don't get recognized. Because even though I might be brown on the outside, Latino, I have a lot of black love in me, all right? They call me a brother with a burrito all the time. They call me a brother with a taco all the time. I love my black people. I love my black community. You know, even though I might be Mexican, I have a lot of love for all you guys out there. So I wish that all of us minorities, we got to stick together because, like I said before, this country was built on the blood and bloodshed and the sacrifice of other immigrants. So I think only as minorities, we should be sticking together more.
I agree. It's going to get this minute and a half over.
And let me just say this real quick. Marcus, we're going to tell you this later on, but I've always said to people that I think that one of my spirits in a previous life, I was a Mexican truck driver because I love eating Mexican tacos and going places. I will travel any doggone where, and if you got a taco on it, like I tell my fella, how do you know I love you? I grab your butt and I give you tacos. Like literally, it's that much love. So thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. Go ahead, Darrell. I think you have control of the whatchamacallit. I don't this time.
Can you guys hear that?
No.
Bro, it's like muted.
I'm about to say, JP, you had to control it as far as the audio because I'm not in control. If you go to the stream, No, I'm talking about the panel on StreamYard. If you go down to the actual box, it is able to turn it up and down. No?
But it
Yeah.
already is. Like, I don't have control over that.
They're not. That's why I hate Safari. I'll bring it back up in Google Chrome.
Thank you. Okay, I can accept that. Hey, Simon, do you want to come up? I'm going to drop the link. Hold on. You guys, you're welcome to come up and share. Those of you whom I know have already spoken to, I'll put you up here, no problem. Will be going forward. There will be some system. Those of you who have avatars and need to protect yourselves for whatever reason, we'll come up with a couple of things, a phone and a backup plan. But I'm going to move different. I don't care what anybody else does in this space.
I wanted to ask real quick before. I'm sorry to cut you off, JP. Just real quick to know where everybody's coming from. Can anybody say like their state where they're coming from? Because I can say I'm coming from California, Southern California.
Same
You don't
here.
have to say. Okay. Okay.
Michigan.
Okay. Well, shout
You
out
should
to
be
all
ready
you
now,
out there.
JP.
I'm on the East Coast, in the state of Maryland, right outside of Washington D.C.
Okay.
And can I jump in for a second before you start this, Daryl?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and because I wanted to speak back to the comment that you last did, because I'll say this: when you first, when you were attacked, when you first said what you said about Anton's wife, and I told you I never had a problem with what you said, and I didn't even know about what he said about you to your family. I felt like he deserved it, whether his wife deserved it or not. He deserved it for all the shit that he has said about so many other black women that I found offensive to my core. So I was like, somebody needed to say it. And I remember telling you, it's like, I don't disagree with what you said. Fuck it. Nobody else wants to say it, but the fact of the matter is he needed that. He deserved that. He deserved it and I think you said it 1,000 times and it only needed to be said 900. Yeah, but he fucking needed to hear it. I wouldn't have apologized. I knew where it came from. And you said it for me and people like me who felt that way about him for what he did. He brought that vitriol upon himself. Now, the fact of what he said about your family, that just solidified it for me a little bit more. Like, oh, well, he really should have went at his ass that way. But however, what I'm saying is I take that same position on most things like you do. Right is right, wrong is wrong. So when JP asked about the equivocation, I'm very careful about that. I'm like, no, you have to have the same energy. But again, I don't believe in, like, I know, like you said you can't believe we're equating the two between Jen and CT. I'm telling you, in my mind, they're the same.
Yeah.
And I know you may not see it that way, but I'm not going to pressure you on that, Daryl. It would be unfair for me to sit there and make you see it the way my brain see it. And I know I'm not the only black person that see it that way.
Me too.
I guarantee you the vast majority do. But however, I don't think that makes you any more of an op. I don't think that makes you a threat to the community. You just see it differently.
I think all the OGs feel like y'all. I think the people.
But you're not trying to kill us all, right?
No, of course not.
Okay, good. So because it doesn't mean, and here's the thing.
You don't want our name in red on that computer.
Here's the thing. All us OGs may not be right, but guess what? We may not be wrong either, Daryl. We may say, you just can't say, oh, well, and I would never tell you, oh, because he's younger, he's wrong. I told you when you took that stand, I don't think you're wrong. I don't. I see that way too. Now you don't care about me. Oh, well, the rest of the OGs was on your ass about it. I wasn't. So the bottom line, it has nothing to do with my age. And it has nothing to do, I know y'all use it in the songs, and even I use the damn word. But I still reserve the word for the people of the community, the true people of the community with the lived experience. I know there are communities out there that give that shit a pass. I know a lot of other places that shit ain't gonna fly at all.
No. I say brother.
Yeah, it just goes that way. So by the same term, again, like I said, I don't need to be dropping the B word around women. I can't be using the CUNT word around them. I can't use the slur about the LGBT community because it's wrong.
My bad.
Wrong. And I can't go I grew up using slurs about the LGBT community. I bet you ain't gonna hear me fucking say it today, because I had to grow up and I had to evolve and I had to get better.
Okay,
so
let me just pause right here.
Fly.
I agree with that. By the way, gentlemen, as you can see, the Cash App and the Buy Me a Coffee is scrolling. I believe that Darrell and Rico, y'all owe me some money into that pot for all your B's and N's over the last. Don't think I forgot, gentlemen. I told you the stream bills are coming due. Hop to. Thank you very much. Now,
can you hear this, JP? Because if you can't hear, I'm gonna take it down real quick.
The last thing I will say is this: I don't discern the difference between the A and the ER. And again, that might be being old. I don't even know when y'all differentiated this shit. I'm like, I'm sorry. N is an N is an
rap,
N is an
rap
N.
music. I think rap music.
That didn't change the word for me. It was still the same. I just thought, okay, he got a country slang. That's it. It still mean the same damn thing. And I grew up saying it because it was in the community. But to me, it meant the same thing, good or bad. It's just the fact that I knew people who looked like me and lived like me and was discriminated like me had the right to say it. As Brother Marcus,
Rico,
I guarantee you know that there are certain slurs that's acceptable in the Mexican community only among Mexicans.
Right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm gonna play this real quick through my microphone. I want y'all to hear it. I'm not about to play games with it.
So I just say that because and I'm married to a Latina. My wife's from Central America, El Salvador. She stays on my ass about using it.
You wanted some of that south of the border action. I know. I see you.
Hold on, Rico. Let me play this real quick. I'm about to play it right now. I'm gonna get this out the way.
I wholeheartedly do believe in black supremacy. I think, I don't believe that slavery existed on the scale in which we're taught in the textbooks, in the movie. Stories like Harriet Tubman, I think those stories keep us behind, because what it does really is it goes against logic itself. A 5'1" short little fat black woman with the Elmer Fudd musket was traversing through the wilderness of America because there were no roads. If somehow she freed all these slaves, sir, there's nothing wrong with me believing in black supremacy. Again, I don't know. I'm not a geneticist. I'm certainly not an anthropologist. Maybe Jim Crow was not as bad as we're taught. Again, I could be wrong and you could be right. We've been here.
It's not done.
I want to compete with the Steve Jobs of society, the Elon Musk. Not some nigger who lives in his mom's room in some little house somewhere in the Midwest. I'm not trying to compete with you, sir. I'm not trying to compete with a little nigger who lives in his childhood bedroom. It's never been a forte of mine. I don't give a fuck about what you got. Yeah, I don't care. I'm almost done eviscerating this nigger. Give me a second.
Okay, can we I think we
Oh yeah. So at the end, they also bring out a gun on it as well. They bring out a gun on live stream. That was a video I was gonna play for Bro Clarence, so we can have a conversation about it. Because because Jen would love to bring up hers and she will show the footage. There is a difference amongst young black males when you call somebody a BAN and when you call them a nigger, especially in that context. When we see you talking about Harriet Tubman and the OGs, yeah, we gonna listen to y'all. But we're gonna punish the ones that call us the NEGGER every time. I said this before. My father stayed in New York for years. I used to go out there and they'd be listening to Fat Joe and Terror Squad all day. You'll hear Mexicans saying the N-word, what's good, my N-word, what's good, my N-word, and it was nothing but love. These people will feed me.
Just to catch you there, then the B word should be acceptable. You can't say that and then take offense at the B word, because all through rap, all I hear is B's and hoes. So we can't, if we're going to do the rap analogy, you can't then take offense because someone used the B word and they're not even talking to you.
I never got offended by that.
No, not you. The person that you're saying that said the N-word.
I think she got offended by the intentions.
Use the N-word, then you can't be offended because someone used the B word.
I think she was offended by the intentions, right? If I'm dating Jen, I say, man, you a bad bitch, Jen. You the baddest bitch I ever saw. Is she not gonna take that as the same as me saying, fuck you, you racist ass bitch? Those are two different things, and we can't say that they are.
Right. So when you call a black man a BAN, that's not in love.
Okay,
I understand.
That's what I'm saying. Let me give a solution. Let's be fair. That's just my position.
Let me give a solution, and then I'll let y'all do your thing. Okay. one solution to this is what I did with my family and fellas and the children that I helped with. I had a daycare. I worked in high schools. I worked in colleges. Okay. I didn't allow the representation in my house when they were in their tender age years. This is for those of you who are parents or who are going to be parents who are watching this later. I didn't allow this type of content in my home when they were in their tender age years. So under 10, I only allowed like highlights magazines, Blues Clues, and those things on TV. And I was even careful with that content. The other thing I did was to make sure that if I had magazines in my home, they looked like us, they were positive in the things that they said about us. And now I would say to you, be positive that they represent both sides of what it takes to run a family unit as you're trying to build your families and grow love and relationships. When your kids are going to come to an age though where their peers end up doing this thing, where they have been brought up in a different environment. And so they're going to come into contact with it. At that point, you're going to have to allow it into your space some, but try to control it. Make sure that you combat the message by hearing the songs. You can sing it with them, but then explain to them, they're talking about a woman in this way or a man in this way. That's really not acceptable in either form, but this is just art, baby. Don't consume it as something that you should be doing with your life. Use it for what it is, something to entertain you, and then withdraw yourself from it. We've got to start giving our children and our people some tools to do better and different. So I'm going to let the rest of the conversation go, but I'm going to start just interjecting the damn solutions because otherwise we're never going to get there. I love y'all, but we've got to start to do better. Thank you. Anybody can have the floor.
I was about to say, I think a
Thank you.
solution in JP is we got to have actual people who are like-minded. I can't go to listen. I talk about health disparities against Black women all the time. What sense does it make for me to invite a doctor on who's saying shit like that about Black people? What sense does it make if my point is to help Black people? And it's not even Brother Clarence, but that's for anybody. Why are we inviting and letting and giving energy to spaces of people who are completely disingenuous, not just with the current generation, but the former generation, who is the only reason why he's on YouTube with white people and everybody else? If it wasn't for y'all generation and the generation that came before y'all, we would be still slaves. But you would go online and you would assault that group of people. This is what I'm talking about. No other group of people does this. When Nick Cannon said what he said about Jewish people, they got him out of there. We gonna demonetize you. We're gonna take away your show. We're gonna do everything. It's the opposite with us. He said something salacious. Let's bring him up and dissect it. Why we gotta do that when we saw what he said? We saw what he
I'm
said.
sorry. Can you? I'm sorry.
Him.
My Daryl. Can you mind adding context to that? Because I know who Nick Cannon is. I just don't know what he said. Or
Nick Cannon went against the Jewish community and said that the Jewish community are controlling the media. They in turn took him off Wild and Out. He was working for AV. I forgot the name of the major company that control Viacom. He was working for Viacom. They completely took him off.
And he told the truth. And he told the truth.
And he was honest about what he did. He had to sit down with a rabbi and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's the opposite when it's our community. They do salacious shit and then they don't get checked. They can continue to make money. They can lie about it. They can delete the videos. Same way as Chaotic and E-Black. They do this stuff all the different time. These are the representations of our Christians. These are the representations of the OGs. And they wonder why, right? They wonder why when the big Meeches and Terrys come around, people fuck with them. Not just them, because let me not talk about them. But when the average people that come around with the Hummers and the Cadillac Escalades and they put money in your pocket, we going to listen to them because they telling us the truth about who they are. These people, these praying, sage burning people, liars. And I refuse to say that we can come to a solution with disingenuous people. That's not a solution. That's a setup for failure.
Let me respond to you, brother. We're not saying that people like brother that I had on the program, we're gonna get a solution. All we're gonna do is explore how they got that way. So maybe there's something that we are doing. Just like you got all these rappers out here, they dying in droves. The only genre of music where they killing where the fratricide is out of control, the homicide out of control. Ain't no other group of people out there in music killing each other. Something is wrong. Let's bring these people in and find out what's going on so we can stop it. We can't be scared But see, but these people scared of these rappers. They don't want to have them in the studio because they think something gonna happen to them. The Breakfast Club don't bring them kind of dudes on. They bring dudes on that's only at a certain income level. No, we need to bring the young brothers in as the brothers that's doing all of this stuff so we can find out how they got that way, where they got the mentality to be able to say, this is my brother. I'm going to kill him because he got a better car than me or because he's from a different side of town than me. We got to be able to explore how these people got like this. Same thing with that brother. We got to be able to explore people like that because those type of people are going to be funded by the dominant society. They're going to put money behind them. They're going to put funding behind them to try to get them, have them over us. Whether we like it or not, those people are out there. We need to ferret them out in our ranks, find out what's going on so we can try to find out where the gap in understanding is and try to do something about it. At least that's my opinion. It's not about getting clicks or views or just having salacious content. Who cares? If we're doing all that,
May I go after?
We're all agreed that we have a bigger purpose than that. Okay, so we just in a disagreement about how that should be carried out. Some of us gonna do it this way. That's why in the Army, everybody ain't in the infantry. You got some people that's in the sniper group. You got some people that's in the helicopter group. You got some people that's in the landmine group. You got different people attacking in different ways. Can't just say, okay, well, everybody's got to be on the front line and everybody just walk forward. No, you got to have different people, different ways attacking it. So Daryl, you attacking your way. Rico attacking his way. JP attacking her way. Marcus attacking in his way. We all attacking in the way that we can, as best we can, to get the result that we're trying to get. And if we all attack it good, and we'll meet down the road. We will meet up at the appointed place down the road. But if we attacking each other because of one person, that don't make no sense. That don't make no sense. I know you don't roll with this person. I don't particularly roll with any one person. I mean, just I'm all into this person. I can understand it's good and bad in all of us, even myself. I got people that follow me. Some of them like my video, and some videos they don't like. So okay. I understand. That's just how it goes.
Go ahead, Marcus.
So I understand where you're coming from, Brother Clarence, but I got to give you some respectful pushback because even though you say some of these so-called rappers that are doing wrong, salacious things, a lot of them have been self-incriminating them to the point where Fed cases have been popping up even more on the regular yearly basis to where some of these people are being held accountable. However, I also understand that there are people who are puppet masters who behind the scenes also control more of the curtains as well. So I understand that part of the gesture, which is part of my fight down in Mexico with politicians and stuff, etc.
Let me ask you a question, Brother Marcus. Let me ask you a question. What does the Fed cases have to do with the real fact that these brothers are killing each other out in the street? What does that have to do with that?
They're admitting it. They admit it through the songs. They admit it through the songs, and they admit it through their actions on live feed videos.
That's what I'm saying. Because they admit it doesn't mean that what they're doing is right just because they admitted it.
No one ever said it was right. But I understand, but no one said it was right. We all know from a moral stand base for the majority of us, we understand.
Okay, I'm just saying that when you explained it, when you expressed it earlier, you put the Fed case in front, like the Fed case was the problem instead of the behavior being the problem, and that's what.
No, that's not my point. That was not my point. I misunderstood me, so I got to correct myself. If for anybody that took it that way, no, I was saying.
I think it's crazy that white people on average kill themselves in the same way that white on white crime is equal to black on black crime, but we never say the moment we talk about black on black crime, hip hop. Rap is the reason why. That's just the most disingenuous shit of all time. These are street people.
Before we get into the rap,
is it true or is it not true?
It's not true.
It's not true.
Before we do that, hey, God damn! I'm gonna be real honest about this part. Y'all might be a little bit worse than girls. Real talk. I had women on this platform several times I ain't had to holler at. Okay, just saying. Brother Clarence,
yes, ma'am.
Can you answer the up levels approach question, and then we can go on with the rap argument debate? Don't get me wrong. Okay. The conversation is great, but we do have to focus on some of the questions that are being asked because they're relevant because these people are trying to be content creators or understand.
Look,
I apologize for hollering at you.
Let me just interject. It's not a
no. Let him answer the doggone question and then do it.
All right, bro, Clarence, if you want chaotic truth's origin story, can you do it offline and maybe post a recap? That's possible. I could do that. It's possible I could do that. I already asked him on, but yeah, I could do something like that. I mean, but I'm not that interested in his origin. You know what I mean? I just want to see how he's, you know, his approach to thinking about the Black community, and is there something in that happened to him personally that has him thinking that way? That's all. I'm really not interested in his in him like that. And as far as, like I said to Daryl, the truth is that if you can find another genre where they're killing each other, hey, have that. I'm sitting right here waiting. You can bring it up and post up. But I mean, we got over 400 rappers that have been killed since the rap era started. So if you got numbers like that to back up that is a lie, hey, I'm listening.
Can I interject and answer though, Brother Clarence? As an older gentleman, I will push back on it because it's not rap itself. Exactly. It's just rap is just the expression of the problem. So those 400 gentlemen that you spoke of that are dead.
That's my point. That was my point.
If 100% true, those 400 rappers are dead.
That's all I'm saying, Rico. I'm not saying
true.
which rap or this is the reason or that.
No,
I'm just saying the facts.
What I'm saying is this, Brother Clarence. If rap didn't exist, those 400 Black men would still probably be dead.
Hello.
What I'm saying is, let me finish. Rap is just an expression. Like rock is an expression, music is just an expression of a problem that already exists. Now, yes, is it exacerbated because they're the most visible? Yes, but it's just an expression. So I just don't like half the shit, especially the mumble rap, because I don't know what the fuck they're saying. But I don't think the music itself, hearing the music, is the source of the problem.
I disagree.
The music is an expression of the problem that exists, whether the music was there or not. So I just want to be.
Was there crime in Compton before Ice Cube?
Let me finish.
Of course.
I just want to be careful because when we say that, there's no evidence to correlate the music to the violence. That's something that it was. I understand in the 60s and 70s, actually the early. Remember, rap started out as positive shit anyway.
Right.
It only became when probably the gangster rap and so forth. Before that, when the Sugar Hill Gang and all that sugary shit. So rap existed almost 10, close to 20 years before gangster rap even came onto the scene.
Right.
And what I think it was these were gangsters who got into the rap rather than the rap getting into the gangster. So
I know.
I'm saying that these were just pure fucking straight gangbangers that said, hey, shit, I can rap. Not rappers saying I can be gangsters. They would have been gangsters anyway. But obviously, that's one of the reason why rap is so easy. You ain't got to have no education. You ain't got to have no background. You can be barely fucking literate. I just need to be able to rhyme, maybe have a little street cred, some swag. It's the easiest thing to get in music itself.
Can I ask you a question, Brother Rico?
No talent.
Can I ask you a question, Brother Rico? Are you familiar with there's a story by Hans Christian called The Pied Piper of Hamelin? Are you familiar with that story?
The music with the rats and led the kids off? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes, I'm very familiar with it.
We are experiencing something similar because, not to say that all the rappers are all bad people. Of course, I'm not saying something silly like that. But what I'm saying is most of the music is leading the children, leading the younger generation down a road of violence and misogyny against Black women. I mean, you find me another genre of music that disrespects and subjugates Black women other than rap music. I'll wait. You guys can go ahead and find that information and bring it here.
I'm not disputing the content or the content.
Okay, so
But what I'm saying,
when I go, I will.
I'm saying that the only thing I'm saying is I'm not disputing what the content of rap is. Do I think it's misogynistic? Yes. Do I think that it just glorifies some bad shit? Yes. But I think it glorifies what already existed, is what I'm saying. It's the chicken or the egg.
That's called reinforcement.
Right.
That's
but
called reinforcement.
But it's the chicken or the egg. So I'm like, even though it glorified it, if you took it away, the problem still exists. Because again, I'm just saying gangsters are drawn more to rap than rap is drawn to gangsters. The gangsters already existed and they will exist with or without rap. And I just know the gentleman just don't think that.
But brother, I hear you, bro. I hear you, brother Rico. I'm and you making a good point. But what I'm saying is, just because I got one dagger in my back, and I could have had many more, don't mean I shouldn't take the dagger out of my back that I got in. I could take as many of them out as I can. And if you saying, well, just because, that's like saying just because our people will die, that means it's okay to sell them dope and it's okay to sell them heroin and and cocaine, because they're gonna die anyway. I mean, that was the Italians.
They do the same thing in rock music and every other type of music.
Yeah, I think personally, I think that we should, but again, like I said, it's the consumer. I think the consumer should. I would like to see the consumer clean up some of the negative imagery and some of the negative lyrics. I think that these young men are smart enough to be able to convey their message without it being so misogynistic. I just think it's unnecessary. After a while, it's like fucking auto.
The women love it, Rico.
I'm not saying they don't.
And that's the problem. That is your problem.
They don't, Daryl.
Rico love it. The women love it, and that's the problem.
What I'm saying to me is, I see it becoming more talentless. It's like fucking auto tune. Like, I can't sing, but if I can do the auto tune and get a beat and just sell stuff. So to me, I just look at it as it's less. There are some great rap artists.
What's wrong with auto tune, huh? What's wrong with T-Pain?
A lot of them talented. Many of them are talented.
He ain't got no fucking talent. T-Pain can't sing. So all I'm saying is, I don't blame rap music like I don't blame rock music.
I don't blame rap music. I'm just stating the facts, brother. This is just, I ain't out here talking out my behind how I feel. I'm talking about facts. The facts are that we have this genre is killing our young men and leading our women and children astray. That's the facts. It's not me saying that, or I feel like this. This is the fact.
If we eliminate rap, let me ask you what you really believe. If we were to eliminate rap in its entirety, that's going to grossly reduce. I know, it would gross. I don't see where that correlates to.
It would only grossly reduce the people.
That's one of the genres.
Somewhat stutter the number of people that are getting killed in the rap business. I'm not saying it's going to end violence. I mean,
but you don't believe.
I'm making that leap. You know what I'm saying?
My thing is this: all they're doing. That's like me correlating the number of people who get. It's like, okay, we're not going to get rid of the military because more people die in the military, or there's certain or not.
Oh, that's not the same.
That's a terrible analogy.
I'm ready whenever you guys are.
Race car drivers. So race car drivers, more people die in race car accidents.
Rico, the reason why I've always hated this conversation is because when people had these conversations, they neglect the fact to leave out every other race. Well, we selling cocaine, we selling drugs. They do it in rock music and everybody else too. The difference is when those white people take off their headphones and black people take off theirs, white people are not in oppression. White people are still getting access to wealth. White people still have generational wealth. They talk about this all the time. They can come into our generations and listen to Tupac and throw up gang signs and go right back to being a lawyer, right back to their father's legacy.
Correct.
So the thing that we are being highly disingenuous about, and I asked the question for a reason. Ice Cube didn't create violence. Eazy-E didn't create violence, and Compton, the violence was already there. Their music is a reflection of the community that already existed. And Tupac said himself, I didn't create Thug Life. I diagnosed it. America created Thug Life. Y'all created hold on, brother.
Yeah, let Daryl go real quick.
Real talk, because it's something that I hear from OGs all too often. Rap music is the reason why y'all are down on the streets. Let's look into that. King Von was in a group called O Block where he already had committed murders. Those murders are going to come back on him. Whether he dropped a song or not, that was going to come back on him. M3, or sorry, not M3, Mo 3 died on the freeway. Why? Because he was already gang banging. Pop Smoke was a group, he was in a group called the Wu Clan in New York City, where he started going to other places and beefing. He was killed by a 15-year-old gang member of the Hoover Streets in LA. And y'all know Hoover Streets, they wear orange. All right. So my whole point is the socioeconomic climate that young Black boys are into is the same reason why. And you know that, Brother Clarence, because you are from Compton. The Crips was started by Stanley Tookie Williams, who started the Blood and Crips, specifically the Crips, because he was not allowed into the Boy Scouts of America. They weren't allowing Black boys to, and mothers was bringing their kids trying to go to work and leave their kids there. They couldn't even do it. So these boys ended up what? On the streets taking care of each other. And they called that a gang. Why? Because they couldn't go to church. Hold on, Brother Clarence. I got you.
I'm just gonna add to your argument. I was just gonna add to it that Tookie Williams and them was getting beat up on their way to school. That's another reason why they came and joined the point
exactly. And the same thing happened to Ice Cube and them, right? We can't make a way out, so we're going to create this genre of music. The violence already happened against us. The oppression's already happened against us. Ice Cube say it all the time. If I didn't go to a white school, there would be no NWA. Facts, because he was the one who was writing on the lyrics. He was the one who was well versed in literature. He was the one who was talking about Shakespeare and then transferring those type of stories into his story, which is the reason why he went on to make Friday. He went on to transform his entire imagery. This is something that nobody talks about. Ice Cube. Are they there yet? Family movies, riding around in a goddamn minivan. That's the same Ice Cube that you're talking about, right? And now he opened up a brand new basketball league for Black people.
Big Three.
Right? So thank you. The Big Three league. Shout out to Ice Cube. And then also when Donald Trump ran, he created the Black Contract for America. He was the only person to say, I have a black contract for all politicians. I don't give a fuck if you Republican or if you Democrat. And this is what I'm saying, because when I ask these elders, no offense to nobody here, what are you doing in your community? I know these ex-street people, they doing stuff that's going to actually affect us. They don't are using the N-word, whatever, brother. We got actual stuff that we talking about over here. And to say that hip hop is the reason why young Black boys are dying, but not economics.
I never said that.
But if we gonna solely blame it on hip hop and not bring those up, then that's how the conversation looks.
I never said
solely bring it up and not mention the fact that I asked you that. I said, was there any crime in Compton before Ice Cube? And you said yes. So what are we talking about? Ice Cube. I'm
talking about, brother. I'm talking about the music industry that has been bastardized to promote a violent lifestyle to promote
the reflection of their communities. Make sure you say that. To promote the reflections of their communities.
It doesn't matter because, like,
and their backstories.
The white people that who consumes the most rap music, white people, and the white people that listen to that music, they consume it and then they go back to their real life. They don't live that way. But our young people are getting the impression that this is the way they should live. You should, whenever you see a Black woman, you should be calling her a bitch, or you should be calling her a hoe, because she ain't nothing, no way. That's why when you watch the BET Awards, you have Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B with half their ass hanging out, shaking
Me
their
and
ass
JP both grew up around pimps. That's listen, I learned about calling a woman a B before hip hop, bro. I wasn't done. I wasn't even done.
Daryl,
I wasn't done.
To you. I'm asking you for the same respect. I listen.
Yeah, no, but wait, you actually cut him off.
Yeah, exactly. You cut me off to make a point to say that hip hop is the reason why people are using the B word, and I'm going back on that. No, JP, understand that we both grew up around pimps. My grandfather was a major pimp and major drug dealer under the Frank Lucas era, and I can put that up on screen right now. So I grew up around pimps. Period. Okay. It never took hip hop, and that's what I'm trying to say. When you in the city of Detroit, most of the old pastors are former pimps. This is a fact. This is a known fact in our city. So before I heard Tupac, Biggie, Ice Cube, anybody, I understood that some men call some certain women the B word, the H word, et cetera, because it's a reflection of our environment.
I understand.
You wouldn't have brothers getting up here talking about I'm on some player shit. If nobody would say that, if they couldn't take that music and go into the community and allow it to reflect.
Let me ask you a question, Brother Daryl. Do you think that it's a good thing that we're running around calling our women bitches and hoes? Do you think that's a good thing? Do you think we should promote that as, hey, If you grew up in the hood, you got a license. You should be able to call anybody, any woman, a bitch and a hoe. You should be able to do that, because I grew up in Compton. Therefore, I can call any woman I see a bitch and a hoe, and you should understand that.
Thank you, JP.
Is that what you're telling
My
me?
answer to your question is, if you want to police those young men and get them to stop saying that, then provide another way.
Brother, you're not
and I've
answering
always
my
said
question.
that
You're
is
not
the answer to
answering
my
my
question.
My
That's the
question
answer
was
to my
you
question.
personally. No, but I'm asking you, do you think that's a good thing? Yes or no? Whether I want to police them is a different issue.
Yes. If Ice Cube doing that is going to lead to him providing for his family, providing for other families, and putting on for generations to come, then I'm going to say yes, especially if he didn't have other OGs to provide a better way, which a lot of young black boys do not have.
Hey, we just going to agree to disagree. I get you, and I understand. I thought we was all in the same program. We trying to do something better for the community. But obviously we're not. Whoever can get the most money, that's what
Whoever
makes
can
more
take care of
sense.
each other. Whoever
So
can
how we gonna take care of each other if we calling our women bitches and hoes? How we
because
taking care
Ice
of
Cube
each
is
other?
actually putting
Make that
actual
make
food on the
sense.
table for people. What conversation? If let's say if you actually got somebody to stop calling bitches, like, and if you got people to agree with that, how are people still being fed? You ignoring that part. It's human nature.
I'm not ignoring that part, brother. I'm not.
So how we gonna
we're
feed
not
people?
ignoring that part.
How we gonna
think we
feed
just
people?
need to find a better way,
wait
Daryl.
a minute.
I don't agree we should keep doing it. I
I
understand
gotta
how
hit
we
you
got here, but we need to find a better way going forward. And I agree, we have to feed the family. But we don't have to feed our family by calling our women bees and hoes. We
That's
can
all I'm
find a
saying.
better way, is all I'm saying. That's it. I agree how we got here.
Until we
I
do,
agree with
until
that.
somebody do, because like I told JP this years ago, I said when y'all was growing up, Rico, y'all had the options between Dr. King, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad in the streets. We don't have that. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he had a young man by the name of Fred Hampton feeding 3,000 kids a day. Where is that at today? Where is that at today?
There's a lot of brothers. There's a lot of brothers doing that, Daryl. There's a lot of brothers out there.
Put their names in the
you know
chat.
why? You don't
Put
hear
their
about
names in the chat.
What we hear about is these people, these rap artists killing each other. There's a lot of brothers out there doing a lot of good,
Put
brother.
their names in the chat, brother.
Can we get Brother
There's a lot
Marcus
of brothers
the
out there.
floor for a
If
second,
I had
please?
time to research it, I would. But I'm just saying, there's a
Don't gotta
lot of
research
brothers
Ice
out
Cube.
there doing a lot of, maybe they're not on the level of an Ice Cube or something like that, but they out there, man. They making little dents.
If they was feeding 3,000 kids a day, we'd hear about it.
Brother, I'm trying to tell you, brother, just because you ain't heard of every black man that's doing good, and you heard of every black man that's not doing good, that just show you how the media is putting it in front of your face, and they're trying to make
it shows
us
me that the people that support those people don't really have actual evidence.
They're trying to show us as to each other's and encourage each other to be violent predators toward one another. That's what they're doing. They putting a program in your head so that we can only understand. We can see each other as violent predators, and we see our women as objects to be, played with and toyed with and tortured because they're just black women. Who are they? They're just black women.
So you got a problem with Megan Thee Stallion calling herself a bad bitch and twerking? Is that what we talking about right now?
No, I don't have a problem.
So
with
but
that.
you got you only have a problem with men doing it.
Gentlemen,
oh my fucking God.
Gentlemen,
I'm trying to answer.
can we just bring it back for a minute? Marcus, go ahead and state your case. I'm gonna do this. Gentlemen, if I put somebody else's face up there, they're going to have the floor next, and you got a 30-second warning. We gotta try to move the conversation along, or at least
I didn't know that was the rule, JP. Now that I got it.
No, I'm just saying that is me stating that we're going to try to move this forward in a different way. Okay, so Marcus, go ahead, please.
I'm gonna pause myself because I gotta go real quick, but I'll speak myself on. I'm sorry, JP.
Okay. Can I address what he was saying to me? Okay. Yes. Okay. So if we are out here and we have these platforms and we trying to promote doing good to our communities, then we should be about doing good in the community. I don't have a problem with Megan Thee Stallion per se. If she wants whatever she wants to do in her home, whatever she wants to do in a private people are paying money to see her privately and they're over the age of 18. I have no problem with that. The problem is they put her on BET where your little kid can turn from a SpongeBob right over to Megan Thee Stallion shaking her behind. And now you got 6-year-old, 7-year-old boys getting sexually aroused when they shouldn't be getting sexually aroused at that time. That's my issue. That is my issue with that. If you don't have an issue with that, hey, I understand. But I'm just saying, and you could say, well, a lot of young men in the hood, they get in situations like that a lot when they're young like that. Yeah, but is it right? Is it right? Just because it's happening doesn't mean, like you said, just because it's a reflection doesn't mean we should still continue that reflection. Maybe we should try a little bit at a time to try to break that down instead of just saying, well, it's already happening anyway. And as long as you're getting money, it's all good. I'm getting money. No, I don't feel that way. And so that's where we have a difference of opinion, my brother.
Had the leaders changed the communities, Ice Cube wouldn't have that shit to rap about. It's your fault.
Well, it doesn't matter whose fault it is. We're all in the same car.
I'm talking about that. Had y'all, because white people got all kind of different propaganda about their fucking nations, all kind of, but their community is not like ours. There's plenty of propaganda about all different kind of. There's plenty of propaganda about all different kind of communities, but we here. Why? Because again, our OGs is going to say, "Hey, young brother, stop talking about black women," but they're not going to say, "Hey, leader, stop taking goddamn shit out of my community." Then these young brothers won't have this shit to rap about. They'll be rapping about growing up in the suburbs and cut grass and good communities and good motherfucking schools. But no, they have leaders who are going to lead them astray. We have leaders.
I just want you, before you get too far over your skis, to know that while I can appreciate what Ice Cube is doing, we got to stop painting the narrative that only celebrities do things like this. There are things you're even completely dismissing yourself when you say that. And I understand Ice Cube is going to get bigger attention. He's going to get a bigger voice. But there are smaller people that have been doing shit longer, more, and more better in the community because they have to live there. Ice Cube can do it from the hill on the far. I'm not taking nothing away from that brother. He's doing what he should be doing, what he could do. But please, let's not dismiss thousands of black men and women who are out there doing things in the community because they don't get that same shine.
I can shout out
yourself.
I can shout out one person.
The work I see you doing.
You shout out one. I'm sorry, Rick. I'm gonna shout out one person. He said, let's name one person that helped 30 people.
3,000. I didn't say 30. He did 3,000 daily.
3,000. I know over the years he has helped over 3,000. Shout out to Big Lurch in Compton, Boys and Girls Club, 120th in Avalon. Shout out to you. 120th in Central. Shout out to you. Shout out to Big Lurch.
There's still a difference in helping 3,000 over the years and being 20 years old, dying at 21 years old, and feeding 3,000 kids every morning for multiple years. Now, if you have somebody that's equivalent to that, then we can have a conversation. Because that, if 3,000 boys is being fed and taken care of every day, then maybe they don't got to go sell drugs to buy food every day. If 3,000 kids is being fed every day,
I don't care if you're feeding 5 boys. I don't care if you're feeding 1 boy.
It's not a competition. We all fucking got to do it. Even if just those people do it, that's not enough. We all have to fucking do it. We all have to uplift the community, the big ones and the small ones. Nothing's going to get changed if only the big people do it and the little people don't do shit. Nothing's going to get changed if only the little people do it and the big people don't do anything. We all have to do it. So I applaud you for shouting out and pointing out the ones, especially because, like you said, Brother Hampton, not only did he feed 3,000 people, he gave his fucking life, the greatest thing you could do. So I applaud you for doing that. I'm just saying, it's not a little against the small. And when we say, oh, you guys dropped the ball, I know there were some things in our generation that we didn't do. I didn't have the foresight to see this shit was going to turn out as bad as it did. If I did, I probably would have worked harder. But I didn't think we would end up this fucking bad. It looked like we were getting better. And it's like, oh shit, so and do you have the foresight to know that, hey, 30 years from now, when you're my age, you know exactly, there's no telling what it's going to look like. So, when you have the forethought, you can do these.
Gentlemen, can we let Marcus speak? I got you. I just want to make sure that we're giving everybody an opportunity, and I am just going to wait to the end. I would like to say, though, we got to be mindful of what it is that we're saying. I'm just trying to let the chat flow and you all conversate, because at least we're having a real conversation about something other than the other divisive nonsense. This too is divisive, but it's off the other bullcrap, and we can start to move forward. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, so I wanted to address them real quick. That's going to lean on both sides of both spectrums for the individuals here on the panel. So on one side, anybody that knows what a corrido is a ballad. So in Mexico, they have these narco corridos that influence the lifestyle of basically drug dealers, gangsters, and the crimes they do and stuff, etc. And you have these young generations that are listening to it and they love it, they party it, they get drunk to it, they do drugs to it, do stupid things to it, and they have this opportunity where it's a very poor economic status, where you're either very poor or you can live a somewhat life of opportunity and abundance. So I think it's important to understand that obviously with music, it carries its leverage, it carries its influence over people. And also you got to understand, depending on where they're at, their situation, demographic, other struggles, some of these guys that are bad guys in Mexico are known as Robin Hoods because the government's turned their back on them. They have no help. They have all this struggle. And the only thing they can rely on is their community. And sometimes these bad guys, they go into the communities and they gift them things, they help them. So we have good people doing bad things, bad people doing good things. And somewhere in the middle, if you can find the justice, I think that's what needs to be understood and heard as well. I'm not blaming rap music in general. I'm just blaming the advantage that's being taken of. And sometimes the way the message can be skewed. So I need to understand, if you understand and see from a different side of the view and why certain people maybe go towards these idols, false idols a lot. So maybe I can put that input in for people to take it in.
One thing I want to address real quick, Fred Hampton, when they burnt down the Chicago, Illinois chapter, he was not funded by the actual Oakland party where it started under Bobby Seale and Dr. Huey P. Newton. This has been proven over and over and over again. Actually, what he did was he created something called the Rainbow Coalition. He got poor whites, poor gays, poor blacks to come together. And also what he did was, and this is shown and documented by his family in the movie Judas and the Black Messiah, the men that were in organized crimes in the city of Chicago, they funded not only every project that they had. And let me name those projects. The Illinois chapter used to give free legal aid to all black people. That was not funded by the bigger chapter. And what they also did after Chairman Fred died is they created a health clinic. This is proven. They had a health clinic already in the 60s ran by Dr. Huey P. Newton in the city of Oakland, California. But in the city of Chicago, that became funded specifically, and you can go back and watch and talk to these people by the actual organized crime organizations of the city of Chicago that backed Fred Hampton, because they understood that his mission meant more than them making money. They put that money directly in his hands, coincidentally, the night that he passed away with Mark Clark. And his wife also confirmed this, that they did not have any support. The support came from the people. They lacked so many, they had no financial resource to the point where the people would buy bricks, buy wood just to go fix it up. And they didn't pay them people. Those people came in, they had kids fixing the community up. Why? Because they had influence. See, it's not about who's more popular. Well, this person got 5 people and no. Fred Hampton freeing 3,000 people made him popular because of the influence, because kids was going back home fed with a full belly saying, I don't have to go out and sell drugs. No, Mr. Drug Dealer, you can keep your drugs because I don't need this. I have no need for this. But when you're growing up a young Demetrius, a young Terry Flannery, and you're eating fucking syrup sandwiches and you're watching people at the church go crazy, throwing dollars every goddamn where, and you can't get $1, that big homie gonna look more enticing. And that's all I've been trying to say, is if we had big homies that was doing that, taking care of these kids, this would not happen. And I lived in the city of Mount Pleasant for 5 years. I saw how poor kids get taken care of in white neighborhoods. I saw how they get sheltered. That don't happen to black kids. And I'd be damned if anybody come up here right now and prove that to me.
I can prove it. I can prove it.
Daryl,
there's many organizations out there that's taking black children in, man, but you ain't hearing about them because they ain't on the scale of a Black Panther Party.
They don't have the influence of the Black Panther Party.
It's just people. It's just good people taking people in. It's a lot of Black men that just took a kid on the street in. I went to high school with a dude that just got taken in. He was just abandoned by his family, and the people just took him in. People, man, it's a lot of good Black people out there, and they doing a lot of good stuff. But just because they ain't on the scale of a Black Panther Party or Nation of Islam, you ain't hearing about them. Why? Because this media machine is pushing us to only respond to this violent, the violent narrative that they pushing, that we are these violent predators, and our women ain't nothing to wife up or nothing. They pushing this narrative, and we are agreeing with it because we saying, well, because ain't no OG putting nothing else out there, so therefore I'm gonna ride with this, even though it's not a narrative that we are pushing. We not pushing. The only reason why you got rappers out there rapping about all of this death and destruction and violence is because the white media corporations are putting money in their hands to do it. If they wasn't getting no money, they wouldn't be pushing that program. But they get money because these white corporations are pushing it on them. And so let me clear this up. I ain't saying every white person is down with the program, but definitely the ones at the top that's running this program, they definitely are with the program. They pushing it because they make money, number one, and they insert Black men into the prison system too. These are byproducts of this situation. And number three, they have sexually women that are Black women that are encouraged to be sexually explicit at any point in time. So all of their objectives are being accomplished at the same time with their hands behind their back. They can do it just by throwing money out there to our people. And I'm just saying, hey, we ain't gonna clear everything up right away. Even if we stopped every rap music right away, it'd still be crime in the Black community. It'd still be people calling women bees and hoes. It still would be that. But at least we'd be making steps toward not promoting it as a lifestyle to our people, because that's where the problem comes in at. It's a real big issue. And now these young men, like you said, Daryl, they don't have nobody in the hood. When I was coming up, the Black church was on every corner. The Black church is on its deathbed now. Who's out there on every corner? Dudes.
But the Black church bought into the assimilation game too. Let's be honest about this doggone thing. If we gonna go down this rabbit hole, we gonna go all the way down this damn rabbit hole.
But
the Black church is just as bad. The religion in general is just as bad. We've all chased the doggone. They more than not, yes, because it's still the same. What did Marcus call it? False prophets, false idols, false, all of them. Yeah, I know you do, because why we look at who was Jesus, who was Muhammad, who is Nas, who is so and so, rather than listening to the actual messages in any of these doggone things. All of the messages and all of the music, the books, the everything is telling you that there is a certain set of people who are oppressed, and it's okay to oppress them, and others who are fantastic and great and elite, or you have no damn voice. What you need to understand, and we all do, but we're buying into the religious bullshit, the religious hype in the bag, in the chasing, because Black people don't know who the hell they are, and as of late, most oppressed people don't either, are buying into it. We need to understand who we are as people, individuals, and our own DAM in power, and stand on that and move forward. I have told you, I ain't got nothing to my goddamn name, which is why I can die on this hill and raise my voice and say, you are more powerful than all of this. It's not about the music. It's not about the da-da-da-da, but it is, because we consume it consistently. They allow us to, because it benefits them. They are selling us the poisonous part of our culture. But it's not just them, Brother Clarence. It is the oppression of it. It is the capitalism of it. It's not just the music. We need to get all the way down to the bottom of it. It is a society built on this bullshit. People eating each other up because they need us to consume. You see, people don't understand. Is that my microphone? I'm sorry. People don't understand. You are so worried about getting your bills paid and surviving that you don't realize you're the shit making the damn engine run in the first place. If you stop consuming debt or producing things that make you consume more debt, if you would live below your means instead of at or above them, you would shut this goddamn system down. That is what has to happen. If you want control, if you want any of this to stop for anybody, black, white, Mexican, Jewish, coming from anywhere else in the goddamn world, what you need to do is understand who you are in this system and tell them to kiss your ass. That's it. We got to stop. I'm letting the argument go because there's 41 people in here and I can get to this point right now. And 41 people can hear me say, it's you. You are the algorithm. You are the click. You are the dollar. You are the thing that they are trying to control and always have. Until you take your power and you stand up for who you are and stop listening to worrying about all these BS arguments. It doesn't matter why Lapeef went down. It doesn't matter why so-and-so was running music. It doesn't matter why any of this. What matters is that you are powerful. You are strong. You are great. Find your strength. Find your own creative spirit and run your goddamn race. Knock them out. You have a chance right now. If 2020 didn't tell you that, 2021 damn sure should have. And by the time you get to January, you had better know who the hell you are, your value, and stand on it and get yours. Damn the rest of it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Can I respond to that? Okay, you said that religion is not good.
Mike, fuck that.
It's not me. Test. Yeah. So, I agree with you that the way most religions have been presented has been in a way that has not been helpful to most of us, especially black people. I agree with you on that. But religion is the foundation by which we have what we call right and wrong, and we learn how to do things in a way that's more helpful to the other. Now, I'm not saying you got to be with any organized religion, because religion, the definition of religion is way of life. It's just a way of life. And if you want to have an organized way of life where you got to go to church every Sunday or whatever, that's on you. Whether you have an organized where you just be at home and you have a prayer rug and you pray on your rug, whatever, or whether you have a standard of beliefs that keep you from hurting other people while you on your quest to live a good life, that's religion right there. That's what I mean when I say that. But I'm talking at a higher level. I mean, those that got it, those that can catch it, can catch it. But if you want to,
Brother Clarence,
yes,
that's
ma'am.
A doctrine, a belief system, a universal law. We've got to stop. Religion is something else. Religion is this thing that man has said is this, and this is the way it is. But we know as people inside of ourselves from the day that we get here, whether or not something is good or bad for us. That's why a baby cries
Not
when shit don't
everybody.
seem right.
Not
Brother
everybody.
Clarence, you're gonna hit me with the ad hocs and the ad hominems, the side stuff.
I'm being very honest and genuine with you.
No, I'm talking about out the gate. Out of the gate. Before anyone is, Brother Clarence, let me finish.
Okay.
Coming into this world, children are clean slated in general. Okay? Children are clean slated for the most part. Now, they get here, and whatever the parents they have and the choices that their parents made, the things that their parents knew or didn't know, sets them up in life out of the gate. That's the first 18 years. At some point, though, we are responsible for ourselves. We need to understand knowledge of self, who we are. You know this, Asiatic black man, all of those things. But we've got to be real. All of us come here clean slated. We are making decisions that we're pouring into our children because of our own hurts, our own injuries, our own stuff. Religion is some of the cause of that. So maybe it's time for us to remove all of the religion nonsense stuff. Excuse me, I don't want to call it nonsense. That's not respectful. I may not agree with it, but I will be respectful. Having said that, maybe it's time we go back to the doctrine that you and I know, Brother Clarence, along with Chicago Rilla and a few others, clean up the language of all the old painful words and begin to teach people, all of them across the spectrums, who they are, their power as individuals, and how they can move forward as a group of people to take back what is supposed to be theirs and was told to them was theirs from birth. We all got the same message born into this country.
I agree.
Was our country.
I agree with you, but we are born, like they say, born in iniquity. That means you're born in a situation where the world is set up for you to move in an evil fashion. So you are going to be accepted if you move in a wicked fashion. So you will be ostracized if you not wicked. So what do most people do? When you learn as a young child, you learn that wickedness is more accepted than uprightness. So we just learn to move that way, and we accept it. Just like now, when you got grown people out here, we got grown men that'll actually come on YouTube and lie. They don't know us from no place, but they'll come on here and lie. Why? Because to them, lying ain't no big deal. It ain't no big deal for them to lie, right? Now, some of us, we don't want to be cast as liars, but they learn that, hey, it's better for me to just lie. This world will accept me better as a liar and a person just out for the dough than for me to actually be a good person. That's why I say when you say everybody comes out with a clean slate. You have a clean slate while you in your mama's stomach, but once you get into this world, it starts shaping and forming you and pushing you into a situation where you have to either submit to the evil that's out here just to survive, just to have friends. You got to be a certain kind of person just to get friends in this world. And or if you're gonna get ostracized because you think you a goody two shoe or whatever, right? That's what they call you, a goody two shoe. So they will ostracize you for trying to do the right thing. That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean by that. I'm not saying every religion is good and every religion is good for every situation. It's not. Religion, the definition of the word is a way of life. You just go have your way of life. So some people need to go to an organized situation. Some people don't. Some people can say, I'm spiritual. I just have a connection with the higher power, with the Most High. It just depends on the person. But I think people should always be trying to do better in their life and trying to have a higher understanding of how to do people right. Yeah, get your money, but your money shouldn't be at the expense of other people. That's why we have a problem with the Caucasian society that brought us over here as slaves, because us being people didn't matter to the fact that what they were doing. It was just about making money. It wasn't about us as people. And that's where that's my issue. Yes, Brother
Thank
Rico.
you
What
for
did
the
I say
plan.
wrong?
Go
What did
ahead.
I do wrong?
No. It's just that we haven't heard from Rico in a moment, so I wanted to give him the floor.
I don't do church. Full stop.
Yeah,
I
some
just
people
don't. But I don't knock it. Those that do it, I mean, I just don't do I do ascribe to, I do believe in the spiritual, but I don't live my life. I live my life just trying to be a good and decent person. I know that I do believe that church has done some good in this world for a lot of people.
Absolutely.
I believe it's done a lot of harm too.
Absolutely.
As well.
Absolutely.
So go to heaven, go to hell. I don't know. When the day come, I'm going. And to the best of my ability, I'm gonna go on my terms. And I don't inherently find anything wrong with religion. I just think people individually should follow it if that's what of their own choosing. I certainly don't believe in they can tell. I don't believe they know no more than anybody else. I believe for me, spiritual people just can give me a place of peace, a place of, but this doctrine that I have to, or this dogma that I have to live my life a way that they ascribe, or else I'm going to hell. I just see too many conflicts with that. And I might go. I very well might go, but I might go living the way you tell me. I think a lot of people in church gonna go to hell or wherever, purgatory, church full of people that's going. So I'm like, if I do end up in hell, I'm gonna see a lot of people. That's just the fact. I'm gonna see a lot of people in church, but I don't. Again, just because I don't want to push the same way when we started this conversation about my belief is my belief, and I don't try to push people to subscribe to my belief. I don't push people against things that they believe in as well. And that's going back to the origination of this conversation where we talk about the responsibility or the irresponsibility of statements that content creators make. I'll tell you one that just chaps my ass and make me just want to just jump through the screen and just choke a motherfucker is when they talk about stepfathers.
Right.
When they, that to have an entire community where I feel like in the Black community, we have a scarcity of mentors. And we
Correct.
talk about I hear these content creators talk so badly about young Black fatherless boys raised by these single mothers to go on to lead a life of shit and not be men, but then in the same breath to encourage men who are willing to be stepfathers in these lives to not do it. For a fatherless child, a fatherless boy, the greatest chance of him having another positive male role model in his life is probably through a stepfather if someone's willing to want to meet, mate, and marry with his mother. So why would you tell these young men that have chose to do it on their own, oh, don't do it, that's a bad deal? I've been a stepfather twice. And I'm like, no way in hell, so the people that I hear that say that, I just hear the voice of, oh, the woman the first thing they say is, oh, well, you can't spank the kid. And I'm like, well, one, maybe you shouldn't be spanking them any fucking way. And if the woman don't respect you, maybe she don't respect you as a man. So it's not, it's just, I've never had that problem. I've never had it. So I don't even know where that comes from, but that's just one particular thing. But that's a message, and I can unpack a lot of tragic, toxic messages that is being pushed out in our community about things where one person, okay, you were a lousy stepfather because you probably was a lousy fucking husband and the woman just didn't respect you. There are hundreds of thousands of great stepfathers who have outstanding relationship with their kids. And when I hear trash ass people who are either not doing it, never done it, never will do it, then just shut the fuck up. So I kind of put religion in that same place. It ain't my place to knock it, but I'm not going to knock somebody else who want to go do it.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, Rico. Marcus, can you go ahead? Christopher, I see you in the back. Can you flash your camera or something to let me know you're a person? We've discussed a whole lot of things to include the trolls running around the internet. I do not block people from coming into my chat or chatting, but I would like to be able to keep my protect my platform as much as possible. So if there's something that you could do, I'd appreciate that. He said, I feel you. So I'll just hang on for that. Marcus, you go ahead.
Yeah, so I know where you're coming from, Rico. I think
Marcus, your microphone's messed up, baby.
Yeah, you got some bad audio.
You can't hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. But it's breaking up still. There's something
You're still breaking up, brother.
Scratchy, muffly. Okay. While you work on that, I'm gonna bring it back to a full screen. Thank you, Christopher. Nah, you might have to disconnect and reconnect, Marcus. It sounds like you got a loose connection somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Or some feedback. Christopher, thank you for joining the panel.
Is that better now?
Thank you for having that's much better, Marcus. Ta-da! All right, so Marcus is gonna go, and then Christopher, and then we'll let it be Darrell, Brother Clarence, Rico. Go ahead.
All right, so like I was saying originally, it's not that you want to vilify being a stepfather or vilify or villainize stepmothers or single mothers. It's just depending if it's a young man coming into his world trying to, accomplish himself and build himself up. It's just that, you can have your thing, date a single mother here or there. You don't always have to go for the long haul if you don't want to, but you got to understand that a lot of guys prefer to have a woman without kids as opposed to a woman with kids, which is the overall preference. That's what matters. So it's not that we're trying to vilify or, because I understand where you're coming from. Some of these guys that are so-called dating coaches and guys that build men up, it's not that they don't want to vilify. There are men out there that are willing to do it, stepfather roles. I used to be one where I was with a woman that had a kid, but I knew that for myself I wasn't ready and I didn't really want to take on that deal yet. I didn't want to take on a Happy Meal yet. So it's not that we want to say, oh no, don't waste your time with them. It's just that men have to build themselves up before they can take that leader role.
Which is fine, Marcus, but then why not just make that the conversation? Don't make the conversation about a single woman.
They have, though. They have.
Right, there are two different conversations. If I say, I want young men to build themselves up to become their fullest version of themselves and their best version of themselves and to get their life together because I'm telling you this, the world is full of problematic single women with no fucking children. So if your qualification is the kids, I can assure you the world is full of toxic ass women with no children. So you're giving them a false narrative and you're dumping on the very thing that you say is a problem in our community when these kids ain't done shit. So why are we shitting on black kids or Latino kids? Because another black man or Latino man left. That's who left. These women didn't procreate with other women. They procreated with so-called men.
Yeah, but it's also the woman's choice who has 100% reproductive rights. And on top of that, it's also the men who have a right to their preference, who don't want to deal with it if they don't want to. And like I said, you said it before earlier about men becoming their better selves. I don't know which messages you have heard, Brother Rico, but I know a lot of these platforms where they say that first as the overall main message of their platforms. So it's not to say they're not known, but that's just my point.
Hold on, gentlemen. We're going off from where I think Christian came up. We were talking about religion in general. So, Christian, let's give you a chance to make your statement on what you were discussing, and then if you want to address what you came up for, and then if you want to address what they're discussing now, that would be great. Thank you for joining the panel, by the way. Also, guys, if you all have a platform or whatever it is, leave the links in the back so that the moderators and I can add them to the stream before this is over. Go ahead, Christian. Christopher. I'm sorry, Christopher. Christopher. Hey, there you are.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. My bad. I kind of like left the scene for a little bit. What I wanted to say is I didn't come in here to defend anybody or any platform in particular, but what I wanted to say is that us as black people, right? We all have different ideologies, right? And we all want to reach like the same goal, right? For so-called blacks to be prosperous, in society, and we can't achieve that goal if we have all different ideologies. It'll cause too much corruption and confusion. You know what I'm saying? Like for me being a 26-year-old, dude, right? I've traveled, I went to Bahamas, I went to France, I went to New York, New Jersey, I did a little bit of, traveling, I understood the mindset in different cultures, right? And the thing is, man, it's just so much confusion, and we all want to get there a different way, so there's like a conflict of interest. You know what I'm saying? And there's like so many different agendas, For me, I'm a Muslim guy, right? I'm a Muslim male, but I'm not gonna like put my religion on anybody. You feel what I'm saying? Like, us Muslims as a whole, we get along with blacks, whites. It really don't matter. The thing we're against is just evil. Is shaitan. That's what we call evil. Shaitan, the devil, really. And our goal for society is basically for there to be justice upon the earth, for mankind, in general, not just like for us. See, so because, the Quran, right, the book we read was not just sent down, just for a particular tribe. You feel what I'm saying? This is the last testament for mankind. See, the books that came before were for particular tribes at certain times, like Moses, Jesus, Abraham, all the prophets. You feel what I'm saying? So throughout time, those books were corrupted to basically manipulate people and for wealth. You feel me? You guys understand what I'm saying?
Oh, we understand you quite well, brother. We're letting you speak because many of us have heard this, but those who may be watching have not. Go ahead.
Oh, of course. So basically, what I want to say is, look, all of us need to be on one accord. Brainwashing somebody? No, mommy, I'm not brainwashing nobody.
Yes, you are. Get his ass, mama.
First of all, pause. Let me just say this. One, I'm not sure how old you are, young man, but the fact that you said mommy means you and she still have a fantastic relationship, despite what these internet streets have been saying for who knows how long. Kudos to you, your mother, and your family for having that kind of love and joy. That's what my channel is all about, no matter whether I'm on YouTube or anywhere else. I just want Black love, oppressed love to exist and people to empower themselves and one another. So shout out to y'all for that. No, mom, it's not brainwashing. I kind of agree with the little brother. We just got to redirect some things. But thank you. As soon as you're done, we're going to let Brother Clarence go because he's got an appointment to get to. But go ahead and finish up your statement. Thank you.
Okay. One last thing before I go. Before we want to before we look at somebody as like a leader or some sort, or as like a figure we look up to, we have to look at his beliefs, and where his beliefs are heading towards, and if you want to be okay with following those same beliefs. You feel what I'm saying? So we could all work in how can I say it's basically like synergism. You feel what I'm saying? So that's all. Yeah, that's all. That's all I want to say. All right, and thank you for inviting me on your platform to speak. Have a nice day. All right.
Thank you, you too, young man. You keep your spirit up. Make sure you come back and subscribe. We're gonna do more of this.
Thank you, sister. Goodbye.
Peace. Thank you. That was fantastic. I won't talk to y'all no more. I like him.
All right.
What did I do? I didn't even know. I've been quiet.
Sorry.
Right,
go ahead, Brother Clarence.
Next time we're gonna have Mama on the show.
I just wanted to say that I know me and everybody was going back and forth, but it's all love, man. At least on my end, it's all love. I look at everybody as we just family having to airing out some grievances, but you know what I mean. I appreciate what y'all trying to tell me about certain content creators I bring on. I appreciate that. Maybe I will look at that and see, if I can do better, if there's a way I can do better. I just don't see it the way you guys see it right now. Maybe if I think on it, I might see it that way. So let me, saying I'll think it over. But as far as other things we're talking about, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I stand on whatever I said, and you know what I mean. I just feel like as a community, we got to stop letting ourselves be led down the yellow brick road into the ditch. You know what I'm saying? We gotta start and stop attacking each other and telling each other, hey, you didn't do this much, so therefore, you didn't carry this much weight, so you don't get to eat this much soup. Instead of saying, hey, if you carried a little bit, you get some soup. And whoever is doing some of this work, let's don't disrespect our brothers and sisters that are doing stuff out there that may not be getting all the publicity, may not be getting all of this stuff, may not be. They just doing it out of kindness of their heart, taking young Black boys in, taking young Black girls in, or just trying to help them. There's a lot of our people out there doing that stuff, so we don't want to just throw them away. Okay, so if I said anything that was offensive to anybody, I didn't mean to offend you. I'm just trying to tell the truth. Y'all know me. I'm just going to tell the truth. The statistics I put out there is just the truth. It's not my opinion, my how I feel about it. That's just the truth. And I'm just trying to put that information out there to help us do better. If y'all got anything else y'all want to say to me, y'all know where to find me. Y'all know where to catch up to me. Or y'all can
don't worry, brother Clarence be out here on the low, y'all. He been in my Facebook group since the day after I made it, and I ain't even know until one day. So that's what but again, that's what I'm saying. We have to keep in mind that even though we may not recognize people are watching, they're still watching us, and that's the whole point. We have you're right, brother Clarence.
Yeah. And let me say this, JP, and then I'm gonna be done because I gotta go. I gotta run this appointment. But like I said, all of us are celebrities. Whether we see that or not, all of us are celebrities. I don't care how many of you got 100 subscribers. you're a celebrity now because you're on YouTube. Even cats with no page like Rico, who bounces around on everybody's platform. When the cats see Rico, they come running. So we all gotta look at the responsibility that we have with this notoriety. We may not be making all that money, but we have responsibility with our notoriety. So I hope that I'm inspiring us to look at that, because I'm going to relook at what you guys told me. Hopefully I'm inspiring people to relook at what they told him. But anyway, you guys know where to catch up to me. I'll see y'all in the streams, and peace to y'all.
Brother Clarence.
Yes, sir.
Send me that link tomorrow so I can, see the show. I want to come up on your panel after you're done talking to the buffoon.
I got it.
Hey, Brother Clarence, you know I fuck with you, but you know how I'm always am. I'm always, I fuck with you, Brother Clarence. I would never go against you.
Brother Dale, ain't nothing you can do to push me out the door, brother. Nothing you can do. I mean, we might tangle. We like those that uncle and that nephew that wrestle, you know what I'm saying, before dinner. But we gonna cut that turkey at the same time, brother.
Got that Dennis the Menace vibe.
Fuck around me, you coming to East Lansing, right?
Huh?
He gonna fuck around me and you gonna show up at East Lansing.
We gonna show up to his house, man. But we better be careful, man.
Not with nothing, with no violence, but we gonna come down your ass.
We're gonna have some backwards ready too.
Come out here and wrestle on the grass.
Have a barbecue. Have a friendly barbecue.
Tequila and
when you push us down, just don't push too hard because we may not get up.
We're gonna be smoking all day.
Peace
Bring JP with y'all too. We're gonna be smoking all day.
Thank you, Brother Clarence. I will leave my notes for you beyond in this message. You go ahead and take care of what you got to do. But I
gotta run, y'all. I'll see y'all later. Peace.
I want to take this moment to again. This is the second time recently that Brother Darrell has called out some elders in this platform, I'll say, has called out. No, seriously, has. Someone on this platform has called someone to the carpet and they have said, listen, I may not agree with you, but I'm willing to take what you said and I'm go back and digest it. Or Sister Patrice apologized on this platform the last time for what she said was maybe her generation's responsibility for some of the things that are happening. This is how conversations get started. This is what we need to do in order to make sure we can move forward. Have generations up here at times have community members that aren't a part of the Black community, but are a part of the Black diaspora. And we need to be more willing to listen to one another and understand that we are all actually feeling the effects of capitalist oppression. Maybe if we stop looking at the things that divide us and look at the things that make us the same. If we stop looking for friends and start looking for allies, common things that we can agree upon to move forward. And from this conversation today, I got the following, and then I'm going to let you gentlemen go ahead. But from today's conversation, I got loyalty, accountability, discernment, and camaraderie. To me, that sounds a lot like allyship. So if we can stop looking for people who look like us and start looking for allies in this thing and start teaching one another knowledge of self and how to empower one another. That's my goal. That's how we're going to move forward. And I hope that y'all will stick with me and this channel and everybody up here who's trying at least. We're not going to always get it right. I'm not perfect. I'm going to go back through my last year as I move forward into the next one and look at the things that I did wrong so that I can do better. But that's introspection. That's something that we all need to do, not just reflect, but to look at it, digest it, and then move differently going forward. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being on the panel. Make sure you leave me your links in the back. I'm not saying that we're done. I'm just asking you to get me that information. I'm going to let Brother Rico, then Brother Marcus, then Brother Darrell have the floor unless I forgot about something. Okay.
Daryl, I just want to speak to you specifically. You see how Brother Clarence specifically said that he was going to self-reflect on possibly, what he's missing or what potential blind spot he got. And that's big because that shows an openness that while he may not land or agree, and he may still end up in the same place, but he's sitting there saying, hey, this brother might got a point and maybe I'm not looking at some things. I would say to you, you could do the same thing on people and things that you have a position on that you may not agree with us. We're not saying that you need to come to that place, but you were big on pushing him on, feeling like, he rocked with people he shouldn't. I would not allow him to push you. I'm not going to push you. But I thought it was like, hey, that's a big thing that he said, I'm going to open up and I'm gonna think about this cat and see what they're saying. We all could do that a little bit. Again, I don't expect, because I really don't care. I'm like, hey, I'm good. I'm good. Fuck with whoever you want. I don't care. But I'm not gonna push him on CT. I'm not gonna push you on anybody. I'm not gonna push JP on anybody. No, I may not fuck with a lot of people, but it's like, hey, that's y'all. Do your thing. Even though I don't have no issue with E Black, I don't talk to him because I haven't had an opportunity and I'm not looking for him. But I'm not gonna let you or anybody tell me, oh, I can't, because I don't have that, that personal conflict. And that's all I'm saying. But then I would say, if you came to me and said, well, Rico, this is why, boom, 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 I'd be like, you know what? I didn't think about that. Let me think about that. You might be right, brother. And if I tell you that, then I would expect the same thing in return. But that's why I'm careful about demanding people have certain alliance. It's kind of the thing when you back in middle school, I don't fuck with him, so you can't fuck with him type sort of stuff. So, but I'm not saying you were saying that. I'm just saying you heard him say, I'm going to go back and I'm going to reassess my position. And, and that was good because you had a valid point. You had receipts. You owe him that much. You don't owe it to me because I ain't reassessing shit.
No, yeah, brother Clarence, my man's. He understood that before I came up. He knew that I was going to say all of these different things.
But you have to reassess some of your positions where he may be in opposition. Would you not agree?
No, absolutely, I do. I'm definitely. It's a few different things that I know I could do better myself. You know what I'm saying? Because I do have access to younger homies, and I could translate y'all messages to them, right? But that's something that, admittedly, I don't. I'd be like, yeah, I don't. I'd be like, little homies, do y'all. And then see, that's just why, you know what I'm saying? I've always told people like you, Rico, I adhere to my OGs.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in the structure. Like I'm saying, like on Big Homie show, because I know JP don't like me saying his name, but on Big Homie panel, what he says goes, you know what I'm saying? And I adhere to that structure because I understand without structure, there's chaos. So like even with E Black, I don't think that E Black is against the Black community. I just think that he's a poor leader. You get what I'm saying? I do believe if there was a civil rights movement, E Black will support the Black people on that civil rights movement. I just believe that other young man that Brother Clarence had up, he have shown me enough for me to believe that he doesn't represent not even that part of a Black person. I feel the same way about the Dirty Pastor, right? So when it comes to those two young men, the Dirty Pastor and CT, I am trying to change my reflections and how I handle them. You get what I'm saying? This is why when the Dirty Pastor came on the show the other day to address Lady Tawana, I could have just went off. You know what I'm saying? But I did not. I was asked not to, so I didn't. And even there's been stuff that me and JP has talked about behind closed doors. She said, hey, don't talk about that online. If you talk about that online, you're going too far. And it would have been enough to bury them. Not just bury them, bury everybody that supported them, which was my intention. Young, old, I didn't give a damn.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
I know how you roll.
Yeah, because for me, it was like I saw opposition, you got to go. And, even with what TJ said earlier, because I said earlier on the panel that this situation that people like Ice Cube was born into, it happened from older people. And that's, people can try to neglect that. People can try to reject that statement, but I was born in 1990. Crack was already there. Crack came in the 80s and late 70s. It's a fact. You know what I'm saying? So let me go ahead and get out of here, guys, because I got some stuff to do, but I'm just saying it was crazy. I love y'all. I love y'all, JP. I'm gonna call you later. And you too, Rico. And you, Marcus. Love y'all. Love you too, Joanna.
Thank you all. Wanda Washington, thank you so much for coming up here. It's been a long time since we've seen you. How's your spirit? Thank you, gentlemen. Wanda, I'm going to let you speak, and then we're going to get ready to get out of here in about 15 minutes.
Hi, JP. Can you hear me?
I can, gorgeous. How are you?
My spirit is well, beloved. I hope yours is well. Feeling good, too. And for everyone on the panel. And greetings to everyone in the chat, the beloved chat. The chat is where it's at. And so we get a lot of our knowledge, I was particularly just coming in on Brother Clarence's commentary. And listening to Daryl's commentary about leadership, who is and who isn't a leadership. I wish he was still here because I had a specific question for him. But I'll ask the question of you all: what content creator do you all consider a reasonable, responsible leader for the so-called Black community? If it's not some of the people that Daryl dismissed, who would you vote to say is worthy of that title of a leader as far as a content creator?
None. None of them are qualified. They're qualified to opine and give their opinion, and they just need to give it as that. But they're not leaders. They're not. It's just, and if you're looking to YouTube for your leaders, you're already fucking lost forever. That's not where we find our leaders. These are people who give commentary, they give opinion. They are not leaders. And we got to stop doing that and looking for them in those spaces. Leaders do not occupy spaces on YouTube. They're barely even on television. They're not people who seek the limelight.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think to prove more to was it Rico's point. Like even in the C-SPAN channel, you don't really see many of these leaders even talk that much at all. So when it comes to minority, I'm not gonna just exclude Black communities. I'm saying minority groups in general. You have people, they come in waves. They come in waves and drones. And so they'll have some people saying the right thing. They'll do bad things behind closed doors. They'll have some people do semi-bad things, but do good things to people. So it all just depends. All's fair in love and war, I believe, in certain things like this. So if it can help others, it might hurt others. So what can benefit us can be hurting somebody else. It's tough to say what is good, what is right sometimes. We can be selfish in our point of view and say, hey, we need this in our community. We need government funding in our community. We need this, but we don't know if that can take away. If you get something, you're going to have to take out and leave something back. So there's a lot of give and take. And people right now, what they're wanting is a lot of handouts and not willing to put in the work. I think that's more important to say.
Okay.
Who is that speaking? Who is that, JP?
His name is Marcus Rodriguez.
Okay, I want to know that man.
He's on Instagram. Marcus, leave your stuff in the back and I'll post it. I'll give out your information real quick.
Okay.
Let me say this. I agree and disagree with you a little bit, Rico. I believe we need to be mindful of the times that we are in. You've got people who are at home, and our children have been in social media spaces for a long time building their communities. So communities today and leaders in communities today are out in front on social media spaces, but we need to look for them in a different way. We need to be looking for verifiable things about them. We need to look for transparency in who they are. We wouldn't recognize Jesus if he came back today. We're so damn divided. But we need to look for people who are saying, showing, and exemplifying on a regular basis in what they do, that they are leaders and can lead a group of people into a better or different, I hate that word, better. I'm working on it, y'all. A different situation. So I think that's the thing. Back in the day, they said that the revolution wouldn't be televised. They were right about that, probably because they thought in some way we would be here. But we are all our own leaders. And that's the thing that I think
where I would push back on that is because leaders lead through action. This social media space, again, the operative word is media. It's a talk game. Television, radio, we even before social media, we had, like I said, the talk show hosts. We had the radio hosts. These are people who, real leaders are just lead through actions. They're very silent. You don't hear from them. They just, because the work that needs to be done, you can't talk it. You just really have to do it. It starts with how they live their lives. 99.9% of them don't live, as Marcus said, the way that they espouse, because they know their listeners don't want to really hear how you live. They want to hear how they think you live, or the vision that you sell them. And that's very rarely is it ever the truth. So again, for me, none of my leaders in my life they don't seek the limelight. That's basically that's one of the major no-nos to be. Leaders do lead from behind. They lead. The greatest leaders I know is they build teams. They build teams to create, because a leader know that nothing great will ever aspire on their own. So when I see these YouTube or radio or television, they're always in the front and everybody else is behind them. A true leader operates differently. They don't operate always out front. They may, like I say, eat last. They accept the least because they know it's really about building community. I do know that we have leaders out here in the world that's doing great work. They just ain't on fucking YouTube. They just ain't on YouTube. I'm sorry. I mean, I think there are some good content creators on YouTube. I'm not saying that. There's some excellent content creators. I think that I look to YouTube because I think there's some great educational resources on different things. Like, I think just as much as I think all the relationship YouTube creators is bullshit, I'm telling you, a lot of people gonna go fucking bankrupt messing with these financial gurus on YouTube that don't know what the fuck they're talking about either. So we haven't even touched on that because we get stuck on the relationship. There are probably 10 times as many financial gurus that are bilking the shit out of people every day, especially in our community, telling people how they're going to teach them how to get rich and just taking their fucking money. That's an even greater danger to the community because people are struggling financially. And when you hear some bullshit like that, you fall for it. They're scam artists all over the YouTube streets. So again, the mere fact, if anyone's questioning what leader, you're already fucking lost, because that's the last place I would. YouTube to me is comedy and entertainment. Full stop.
Yeah,
That's
I was going to add a small point to it because
Yes.
I have noticed this, in whether it's in Black community, Latinos, etc. Our leaders that were good examples have been taken from us at an early point, or when they didn't fit to finish their mission, their goal, and the other ones who became leaders, the power corrupted them, or their ego, or their arrogance and pride got to them, and now they forgot where they came from. So those are the two type of leaders we have: the ones that get taken from us young, the ones that get taken from us when they were about to achieve greatness, which some did, and they became martyrs, unfortunately. And then there are those who are, like I said earlier in the private chat, they're taking the sheep, the flock, and they're putting them over a cliff. They're taking them over a cliff, and it's going to happen, and we're going to be stuck again, maybe at ground zero, and it's going to somehow end up where we have to decide what kind of tribe we're looking for. A lot of people right now are looking for a tribe when they're lost. They want to belong to a community where they can belong. They can hear them. People can listen to them and hear them when they put their hand up and say, listen, the same way that I look at this tribe and I mess with this tribe, that's just like I respect and I love JP's platform. Daryl, I understand where he's coming from. Rico, I recently met you. I've heard of you. That's why these flocks, these tribes I look for, spaces. One of the people that I've been watching for years is Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan talks a lot about educational stuff and different topics, whether it's science, the LGBT community, this political stuff, etc. Topics about my background. So I look at stuff that's educational and willing to look for solutions, not just state the problems.
Thank you. Go ahead, Juana.
Thank you for that. I appreciate what Marcus just said about, it's easy to identify the problems. It's easy to pontificate about who's the leader and who isn't, and who's sabotaging you and who isn't. But, what people really want, what the people are really hungry for, are solutions from wherever the source, whomever the source. I'll listen to anyone if they can help educate me or train me in some way or help me get to reach my goals. I feel that YouTube can be a great resource for what you are looking for. Now, if you're looking for a bunch of cackling and divisiveness and going back and forth or roasting one another or throwing the F-bomb around and throwing the bullshit word around and the N word around, you can find that. But you can also find people like the brother who's just speaking, Marcus Rodriguez, I believe, who's very calm, thoughtful, insightful, and helpful. just about anything I want to learn, I go to YouTube now, where there's working things on my engine, to how to clean my arms. My father uses it. I just finished, since we're coming around to the anniversary of the Haitian Revolution, I revisited some speeches and some documentaries that were on YouTube, just to refresh myself of the history that happened there, and how the ongoing dealings that the United States has with that country. Just refreshing myself. That, you can't say that's a waste of time. You can't say that's entertainment either. So it's not necessarily a pushback on what Brother Rico was saying. It was just saying that, like he said, the people on YouTube are offering their opinions, and it is his opinion that YouTube is pretty much trash. It's about what you're looking for. If you're sifting through trash, you're going to find trash. But if you're sifting through gold mines, you're probably going to find diamonds.
Well, can I push back? And I would agree with you. That's how I came to YouTube, was on videos about how to put things together. I think YouTube is great for that. What I said was, you if you're looking for leaders on YouTube, you're not going to get anything but shit, because there are no leaders on YouTube, and that's a fact. I think YouTube, there are spaces on YouTube where there are communities that come together, where groups of people get together and they just speak among themselves about their book clubs on YouTube. That's what I'm saying. It's like, but the whole, I'm looking for somebody to teach me something. Nobody's not going to, if you want to learn something, go to a university, take a class. I'm not going to say you can't take Zoom classes, but are there people literally teaching calculus and physics, teaching real, true, useful information on YouTube for free? Or are they doing it for at least the currency is adulation and fame and cash apps and advertisement? So the concept for me to think that any rational individual believe that I can go to YouTube and I'm going to be taught something and it be true, because most true real dating coaches aren't even on YouTube. There are real qualified, I don't, and Nathan, you're right. I don't dispute the lectures as far as the TED Talks and things like that. I'm talking about the spaces that we're seeing, and I think that we're just conflating the two. I watch TED Talks on YouTube.
Are you talking about black spaces, Rico?
I'm talking about black and white spaces. I'm talking about all spaces. There are junk spaces all throughout. So, like I said, exactly. YouTube is a tool. There are excellent lectures. So if you're learning from that, yes. I mean, as far as someone telling you, Juana, do this, Juana, do that. That's where you got to be careful. Me just sitting there listening to a lecture, a TED Talk, all of this stuff, that's a huge resource. To me, that's like going to the library. That's like what we used to do before the internet. We used to go to the library. We had to listen to tapes. We had to read microfilm. We had to read books. That information was stored there, but it was just out to the masses. It wasn't tailoring it just for me to manipulate or corrupt me. And if we don't see how that's occurring in the YouTube space, we're crazy. We see the
okay. I think we all get the gist, brother. If you allow some others to go ahead, I appreciate it.
Okay. Let's go ahead and, well, Marcus, if there's anything else that you would like to address, Juana, Rico, you guys go ahead and finish up. Thank you all for rocking with us, but we're at the 4.5 hour mark, and I do need to do a full medication that I cannot do online. So I'll probably be back on later on today, because this has been a great start to a conversation that I want to carry into the new year. Not the nonsensory about all of that, but the fact that we need to have real conversations about real people's problems, real people's things, and understand that it crosses not just our diaspora, but people, and maybe we can start to move the ball forward on knowing who we are and being more powerful. So let's just do that. Going into 2022, what would help you to feel more empowered as a person, as a content creator, as a community? We'll go with Marcus, Rico, Juana, and I'll close that.
I believe my goal for 2022 is to hopefully impact the community back in the country Mexico, which even though I am a born American and I serve my country for America, my heart lies in Mexico. So I want to be able to help out as much as I can in Mexico, because over there is a community of togetherness. When the going gets tough, they stick together. So hopefully we can shed a light, maybe, capitalistic funding more, helping, because there is no real forms of government aid over there at all. It's just you struggle, or you get lucky, or you make the connections with the right or wrong people. So hopefully we can find a balance where we can hold the justice system accountable and not let it be so based on letting the bad guys go away and let the good people suffer in the middle. So hopefully that's my goal. Hopefully I can. I plan on releasing a book in 2023, hopefully, based on what I'm covering over there. And and then just the last thing for me, no matter what, I'm never going to want to stop asking questions. I'm going to want to still keep educating myself. I don't know everything, nor do I wish to want to know a lot of things. But if I can educate myself and I can keep asking questions, curiosity is what gets me. And people need to understand, when you're on the platform, even if you're the guest, you got to be willing to listen and learn rather than just wanting to talk, because I think that's more important. We need to make sure we all take it in and take the good from it and then leave the bad out of it.
Juana or Rico, I can't remember. Sorry.
Thank you, sister. I appreciate what Marcus Rodriguez was speaking about. I too, for 2022, I'm looking to, educate myself more. I think it's a profound endeavor for any so-called regular person to create a content channel to speak their mind or whatever truths they have to offer. And I have some truths and I have some thoughts and things that I have been jotting down, and that I'd like to offer to help impact the people who I think might be interested in that in the way of a book. I'm hoping, likewise, for it to come out in 2023. I am also looking. My goal is to expand my knowledge of economics and business, to understand the game that we're playing, and as far as capitalism is. I also on a journey towards being able to reach out across the so-called aisles to other people who may disagree with me and understand what it is about them that intrigues me, and get to know them better, instead of just pointing the finger at what I presume or perceive to be, analogous to my thoughts, but to understand the other person a lot better. And being a participant on platforms like this helps me to facilitate that goal. And so those are some of the things that I'm striving for. Thank you so much for this this time. I appreciate you so much, and everyone on the panel and everyone in the chat.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you, Juana.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So like I said, I don't have a channel, and I just, for me, for 2022, I would like to see the year end where my community and communities of color produce less damage. If anything, through 2020 and 2021, I've watched a lot of content creators just create a lot of damage and leave a lot of damage behind. And they just walk away free with their hands clean under the guise of free speech and so on and so forth. And to go back to what we started the live about, responsible behavior and responsible communication, I find it to be an unbelievable cop-out. And it hurts me to see Black and brown people do it to each other for the bag, for whatever reason. So if I could just see us get through another year where we're not shitting on each other, I'll be good. Because I don't have a page, I don't need a page, I don't want a page. So when I speak out against the communities, I don't want to see the community fail. I want to see the community thrive. I want to see content creators thrive. But the same way when we were talking to Daryl about the rap music, I believe we can do it in a better way without calling women B's and H's. I get where he's coming from, if that's the meaning to get the bag. And the same way people are saying YouTube is to mean to get the bag. So now we're not gonna rap about it. We just gonna live about it. We instead of rapping about women being B's and H's, we gonna live every night about black women being B's and H's. That's what we've come to. So right now I have to tell you, 2021 ain't ending too well, and I'm not very optimistic about 2022. But I hope I'm wrong, like most things. And with that, I'm done.
Thank you, Brother Rico. I think that we're more in a similar place than we aren't. I appreciate each and everyone who showed up in the chat today. You guys, we did something absolutely amazing. For this little channel, I hate to say it that way. Please forgive me. You know, each citizen is important to me. But we did almost 600 real-time views, 23 concurrent viewers at one time. Our highest was somewhere around 40, I think, and almost 40 likes. We're at 37. That's a lot for a channel that's got 207 citizens. That means that we're putting in hard work, paying attention, and bringing something to the community. So I appreciate each and every one of you. Like I said, I want us to end on a positive note and with a solution. I'm not going to do the thesis today because I just don't have the energy to bring it up. But I appreciate you guys so much. I hope that we can continue to do this. If you've been watching, please make sure that you like, share, subscribe. Send it to everybody in your real world communities. Get them to jump on, watch a couple videos. If they appreciate what they see, have them do the same. Let's make sure that not only are we bringing positive content creators into this space, but a positive mindset when we're searching for things like Juana said. It's up to us to be responsible when we're going down these rabbit holes, but we have to understand that YouTube will throw up some hiccups in the game because it's about money. Toxicity sells more than anything else. That's what capitalism has always been doing to us. But over here on this platform, we are going to be different. We're going to do different. And I appreciate everybody for rocking with me. Gentlemen, you have been fantastic company this evening. This morning. Great day, see? I'm going to go medicate and take some time to reflect. But I really appreciate you. And like I said, we may pop back up, but my fellow may pop in for the next one. So I really appreciate you. Go ahead, Rico.
Thank you, Brother Marcus. I want to say nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you too,
I really enjoyed your contribution to the live.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, JP, for the panel. And hopefully I get to see you guys and talk to you more.
Anytime. I'm going to play the ending credits, y'all. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Keep spirit up. And I will see you in the streams.
Hasta la vista.
Oh gosh, you guys, medication works. Oh my goodness. Oh, you knew how much better I felt just by those two little. Y'all don't understand. I wish that I could help you. I do this so that you can try to understand, so that you can know that there's a whole.
Black, y'all. Okay, so I'm JP, your spiritual DJ, and that I'm OG Patrice.